connect in?
Doesn't look like any action. Let me
see his name up there.
Yeah, we'll give him a call real quick.
Okay.
I was checking for messages. I don't see any from him. To me, anyway.
Okay, well, it is 2:30, and I'm not sure how long this is going to take us. So I think we'll go ahead and get started. And I'm not sure who's taking the lead on this. Is it Miss Tasker or
I think it's Debbie Pack. Debbie and Mark
Pack. Okay.
I'll turn it over to Debbie.
Okay. Jacob's going to let me share my screen here in a minute, but I'll go ahead and get started until he does that because he's working on Commissioner Davis. Today's study session is an annual study session that we do, looking at the analysis and trying to get a consensus from you all as far as where you want to set our water rates for next year. As you recall, we look at the next 5 years, but really the only one that we're tied to real is 2021. We can come back next year and change anything from 2022 to 2025. What we'll be looking at today is we'll look at our future capital needs for this fund. We'll look at some of the assumptions that we're making that we know are going to be costs and how we're going to project those costs. We'll look at the analysis format, the spreadsheet that was created for us several years ago, and how we apply information into that. We'll look at the fund balances in both the operating and the capital reserve fund. We'll look at how to read your bill, understanding what goes into that bill, because it's just not water rates that go into your bill, so it's important to understand that. We'll look at what the current rates are, what our proposed 2021 rates are, and how we compare to other entities that provide water and wastewater to their constituents. Yep. She's got me able to do that now. So the first thing we want to look at is kind of what we're anticipating. Can you all see that, or you covered up with your picture?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. There's still a couple of big projects that are kind of unknown to us at this point, so we want to make sure to keep them in the back of our mind as we go forward and set rates. Because the one thing that we're very cognizant about is not getting to a point where we have to raise rates a lot so that we avoid rate shock. So the two projects right now that we're kind of still keeping in the back of our mind, but not really, we don't really know what they're going to be, is the Schilling water remediation. As you may recall, that original project was estimated about $110 million. The city went through mediation with the Department of Justice, and they kind of settled on a revised number of $67 million that was going to be funded by DOJ. The parties came back and kind of re-engineered the project and believed that they could come into that project with that $67 million and complete what KDHE was requiring over us. As part of that agreement, however, any overages of that project are going to be need to pay by the Salina entities. And at this point, the two entities that are kind of in the mix of things are the City of Salina and Salina Airport Authority. We had originally said that we thought the city's portion might be about $10 million, and if Salina Airport Authority shared that with us 50-50, it'd be about $5 million. So that's still kind of the number that we're putting out there. Until we bid this project and really get some final specifications this spring, we won't know what that number is. So we still want to keep it out there on the horizon and keep it, in the back of our mind. What we have done with this number, just to make sure that it doesn't get lost, is we've included into these budgeted assumptions as if we were going to debt finance that $5 million after we began the project, which is, I think we began 2023 with the first debt service payment on that in our assumptions.
Ms. Pack, if I could just ask really quickly. So the $5 million that we budgeted doesn't represent any kind of an anticipation that it's going to cost us significantly more than $67 million, and it doesn't represent like, ongoing monitoring costs or anything. That's just a placeholder just in case the estimates come in over 67 million?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. It's just a number pulled out of the air.
Okay.
This is Mike. I would add one thing to that, and that over the life of the project, in addition to costs coming in, if there's additional contamination identified, whether it's a type of contaminant by regulation or a location that's identified, that could represent an added cost above and beyond just bids coming in over budget.
Here and see Mike now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other capital project or capital cost that we anticipate needing is, as we went into the wastewater plant upgrade, utilities has been deferring maintenance on replacing equipment because they really weren't sure once they got into the project what form of the project was going to take. So for example, if we decided that we could meet the needs, the requirements, and we needed a type A system, osmosis or whatever, Martha could tell me exactly what they mean, but let's say osmosis, we would need particular equipment for that, but we may not need it for another type of system because we no longer have that. So Martha's always continued to assume that once we know what that system at the wastewater plant is, there will be equipment replacements that will need to happen. And these are not part of the actual system, but they're actually equipment outside of what the upgrade of the system is.
And just to add to that a little bit, to clarify, the wastewater treatment plant project is improvements in response to the NPDES permit requirements that are imposed, but it is not a full renovation and rehabilitation of the wastewater treatment plant. So the number that Debbie's referring to is a little bit of deferred maintenance that we've deferred intentionally, knowing that we needed to wait and see what the treatment requirements were, and then just kind of the ongoing repair and replacement of things above and beyond what the wastewater plant upgrade project identifies.
Mayor Hoppick here. If we were to do that, Ms. Pack, what year would that approximately take place?
What we're looking at is possibly doing this out of the reserve. So we're anticipating that would be, I think, in 2 years. And we'll have that later in the slides, okay, where we anticipate possibly taking that out of that capital reserve fund. Can't remember what year it is off the top of my head. In here somewhere.
It looked like Commissioner Davis was online.
Yep.
Just to confirm, it looked to me like Commissioner Davis is now online.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm connected.
Okay, great.
The other big project that the utility continues to work on is that water line improvement project. It's had a long history so far. We just wanted to kind of show you on this slide kind of where we started. We have about 195 miles of pipe that needs to be replaced. We still have about 157 miles to go. We've been doing this over the past 10 years, and we've been financing a majority of it. We have paid part of it out of cash, but we've financed the majority of that. And our goal was originally to finance about $20 million and then start paying for that out of cash. So what you'll see in the numbers is that in 2021, we're going to be budgeting about $2 million a year to kind of still continue to work on this process and continue to work on this project to get those water line, cast iron water lines replaced.
I just had a really quick question about that slide, if I could, and I don't know if it's a question for Ms. Pack or Ms. Tasker, but just to confirm, at this rate, it'll take us about 48 years to complete our water line improvements. Am I reading that correctly?
This is Martha, and yes, you are. If we replace every mile of them, we have found a few miles that are outside of that 1955, 1965 age that are not in as poor condition in some of the larger sizes. So possibly less years, but for this calculation, we looked at the entire mileage that's left to be completed.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, Ms. Tasker, every year we're adding more water lines, obviously with new subdivisions. So do we build that into our calculations that, you know, say in 25 or 30 or 50 years or whatever, that those are going to need some degree of service or upgrade?
The new water mains that we're installing are not the old cast iron pipe. They
Right.
disappeared in the 60s,
So the
early 70s to ductile iron pipe and then ultimately PVC. So those have they call it a 60 to 80 year life. So we're several years on past this this round of replacing cast iron pipes before we'd be back in the business of looking at the other pipes. These pipes have been in the ground 100+ years, some of them.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. So what we're adding now is something that we probably won't have to take a look at for another 60 to 80 years.
And potentially 100 if it pans out to be as good as the materials we've used for some of the other piping. So, but when you look at design standards, they talk of some mention 60, some mention 80. So you're in that life range there.
Okay. Thank you.
So those were the capital assumptions that we've got into the analysis. This one shows that basically we're assuming a 3% increase in personnel each year, 5% in benefits, 3% in supplies and services. We're not anticipating increasing our capital expenditures in the operating fund through this assumption. The projects that we have assumed in this are the South Wellfield at a cost of about $2 million a year. That's debt financed. We do have debt on the 20 million of water line improvements of about $1.5 million a year. We have a water line or a Markley Magnolia about $182,000 a year, and wastewater plant improvement about $1.8 million. And if we left groundwater remediation, this is where we're showing about $370,000 in these assumptions for that. The other assumptions that we have to look at are how many users do we have and how much water and wastewater are they actually using. So our statistics are showing that the average increase or decrease over the last 10 years has been about 35 or 1.28%. However, we know that we're kind of plateauing on our users. So we're only assuming a 0.01% assumption in growth on residential customers. So and that may change. It depends on the building and residential properties and things like that. I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more number of increases in 2019, but we're not assuming a great increase in residential users and accounts. So we're being pretty conservative on that number. The other numbers we look at are consumption. Over the last 10 years, our average consumption of water is about 1.78 million gallons. On sewer, it's about 1.375. So in our estimates, we're using $1,750,000 as our estimate of usage going forward. And for sewer, we're using about $1,350,000 or gallons on the sewer side. Because as you remember, the rates are different for each of those. There's a water rate and there's a sewer rate. So as we go forward and we assume how much revenue we're going to have in the future, we need to know what we think the usage is going to be for both of those.
Ms. Pack, I believe those numbers are in thousands, so it's actually 1.75 billion gallons.
Yes, that's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay.
And so this gets into the detail of the spreadsheet that we look at to kind of look at where we are, where we've been. So we look at 2019 and all the prior years' actual expenditures and revenues. We look at the current year budget. We look at the budget that we've just adopted, and then we take the budget that we just adopted and we apply those percentages that I talked about a minute ago to project out the next 4 years. So this just goes by the detail, every detail of every division of the utility department. And then as we get further down in the information, we look at what the debt service is for those years. We pretty much have those in accurate amounts because we have amortization schedules for anything that we have actually issued debt for. The The items highlighted in yellow here are debt that has not been issued yet. So this is anticipated debt in the future based on the projects that we have in the assumptions. The other one I highlighted in here just to point it out was that in 2021, this is a change to our prior years. We are budgeting that $2 million for water line replacement, that project. So you'll see that $2 million go out, coming out of operating expenses going forward from 2021. So
You know, if you could back up a screen, you have wastewater plant improvements there. Where's the South Water Plant?
the South Water Plant is in the already funded. It's here. Oops, sorry. It is on. It's up here. So there's the water plant at 32.
Okay, and that's the South Water Plant, not the South Well Field. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty critical if that got left off.
Yes, it would. And then after we figure out what we think our expenditures are going to be, we actually use those estimates and the revenues from below to calculate what we believe our revenues are going to be. So we can budget these numbers, but as we go into the projections, this number actually comes from that 1.35 billion gallons of water and that 1.75 billion gallons of sewer, or whatever those numbers are. It applies the rate that we've applied here, and it tells us what we expect that revenue to be. So that it gives us a pretty good number as far as where we're setting our rates and how it's going to apply to the expenses. The next thing we show in here, which we'll go look at detail a little bit farther in one of the next slides, is the cash balance. But one of the things that Martha and I look at specifically in this table is this green line. And what that green line tells us is how many days of funding do we have for the operating account. And our goal has always been about 180 days, which is 6 months worth of funding, worth of expenses in that fund. So if we shut down today, we'd have about 6 months worth of expenses in that fund to make sure we're carrying forward. And that's a number that we've looked at. There's not a lot of detail as far as industry standard, but that's the number that a lot of people are using out there for that standard. So that's really what we look at as far as, and as well as the fund balance. So those are kind of the two numbers we kind of keep our eye on. So then we wanted to look at, because we know that fund balance, and this has historically been, how come that fund has so much money? It's building up. We got to get rid, we don't want to raise rates if we have that much money. So I wanted to give you kind of a perspective of historical information on what that fund's done. Back in 2013, you can see that the fund had about $9 million. At that point, we spent about $5 million on system enhancements, and we transferred about $3 million to the reserve fund, bringing that fund balance down to 3.5. And every year since then, we've kind of been building on that fund. The other thing that's changed in this picture is the target balance. Right now, it's currently at about 25% of our annual expenses at $5 million. And as we go forward with these numbers, this assumes the 2% rate increase for all rates for the next 5 years. So as we look at these numbers, that assumption is already in here. So if we change that number, these numbers will certainly change as we go forward. And I have the spreadsheet that we actually used. This spreadsheet, I have it so that we can look at that live and make any changes or see what happens if we do this. Just look at some scenario things if you so choose to do that. The other thing we wanted to look at was the capital reserve fund, and because it's built its fund balance up too. It started a few years ago and it didn't have hardly anything in it, and then we added it, and so we wanted to look back and see, well, why were we doing that? And because I wasn't here, Martha was here, and she can remember most of it. But so what I did was I went back to the actual blue sheet from 2016 when we did the 2016 rates, which was in 2015. To kind of see, okay, why are we doing this? To see if we're kind of doing what we thought we would do. And so at that point, we were saying, well, we could probably use some on the well field design, the well field improvements, the south well field improvements for 2 years. And then we can probably use some of that on the wastewater treatment design. And we figured that that fund would have about $6.5 million after we got done with all that. In 2018 to 2020, what we've talked about recently is obviously reduction of debt for the water and wastewater plants. We, at those times, did not know what showing groundwater was going to be. So we were really trying to anticipate what that maximum amount would be for that. And we've also started looking at a lot of more economic development projects. So we need to make sure that we have those funds aside when Tony's Pizza comes in and needs a new water system, and we need to put in some money down there. We need to make sure that we have that funding available in the water fund or the utility fund, so we don't have to debt finance that.
And if I could jump in a second, as far as economic development, when we have large prospects that are looking for a greenfield development site, there's one site in particular that keeps coming up, so much so that Martha's run the design and numbers multiple times. But to accommodate a project like that, the assumption is a pretty sizable water main extension and sewer system extension and lift stations. And so when we say economic development, it would be extension of the utility system to accommodate an economic development prospect.
So these are some of the recent economic development projects that we've actually done and kind of how we paid for them. So we had the South water and sewer sanitary sewer that was about $340,000 that came out of operating. We had the downtown sanitary relocation for Homewood Suites that came out of the operating fund. We had the field house, which was a little over $700,000 that came out of reserve. We still have the project, the car museum downtown that's probably going to be about $150,000. And then we've had some other things that I wanted to just show this, that I shared you the slide earlier about what we intended to do. And this slide kind of shows that, yes, we did actually do some of those things, like the South Well Field. In 2016, we put some money into the field house. In 2017, we bought our water rights out of the reserve fund that we bought for the river, for the Lower Smoky Hill Water District. We've paid our EPA fine last year. We've done some easements and things like that. So we have been spending money out of the reserve fund, and some of it is what we actually had intended to do back in 2016. So this is just why I brought this information, just so you could see that we did actually do some of the things that we intended to do.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pat, could we, I couldn't remember what we had dedicated to the car museum out of this fund. Are we making some kind of water line improvements to the car museum?
We have about $150,000. I don't know whether that'll come out of the reserve or out of operating.
Do you know what it's for? Is that?
Yes, it's a water line relocation off the site that they're developing. And so we've looked at two alignments, but it looks like the more favorable alignment will be north-south behind the museum. At one point, we're going to have to sleeve the water line underneath the main building that's proposed to be built on the city's parking lot. But I think the plan at the moment is to run north-south and avoid the building altogether. But both, well, that project, the hotel project and the field house project were all relocation of utilities that cut through lots that were being developed.
Okay, I got you. Is that something that came up when their design plans changed, or has that always been something that's been incorporated into the project?
Right, no, it was in the development agreement from the outset.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
So this one just kind of shows us how the capital reserve fund has built up in the past since 2014. As you can see, we've put some money in there over the years. We were putting $2.5 million in there. We only put $250 last year, knowing that fund balance was getting significantly higher. And we do not project, nor have we budgeted to put any money in there from the operating fund from 2021 going forward. So basically that leaves that fund balance at a little over $10 million. And this is where if we so chose, we could use this fund to fund that deferred capital equipment at the wastewater plant of $5 million, which would leave a little over $5 million in this fund for future economic or whatever we wanted to do with that, or whatever direction we gave for that. But I just wanted to kind of show you where this fund has been, how it's got there, and kind of give some options for uses of that fund if we so chose. So that's kind of what I was talking about. We could pay for that equipment. These are just some options. We could retain that money in there for those economic development funds at some level. We don't really have a target fund balance. We could set that and just say, we'll put that money in there from the operating fund, and we'll, once we reach that level, we'll not do that. We could pay any groundwater remediation costs out of there without financing any at all. Depending on what that number comes in at, that would save the operating fund analysis about $370,000 a year in debt. We could offset other capital improvements that are coming out of the operating fund to maintain the target fund balance in the operating fund. And just one note is, if as we start to utilize this reserve fund, we may need to reinstitute some sort of annual transfer into the operating fund or into the capital reserve from the operating fund. So I want to make sure that if, for example, we say, let's just pay all this out of there, then we may need to start putting some more money in there to kind of make sure we have that future revenue in there for things that come up or economic development or something like that.
Are you looking for direction from us today?
Yeah, not necessarily on the capital reserve fund. I think we can talk about that when we go through budget in the spring.
Okay.
The direction we'll be looking for from you today specifically is on what the rates should be. If you have a consensus on the capital reserve fund, we can certainly look at that also.
If I might weigh in on the capital reserve fund, a little bit of history, if my recollection is correct, and Ms. Tasker may weigh in. But at some point between 2005 and 2010, we paid off some utility issues and paid them down. And what we did at that time, instead of rolling rates back, we instituted this transfer into capital reserve fund with the intent that that would continue until we built the treatment plants, which we knew were coming at some point down the road at that point. And that was the initial thought behind it. So the fact that we are now ending that transfer isn't really surprising or new. It was kind of in the works from the beginning, because that transfer was intended to help provide support for the two plants as they were built, and obviously we've done some other things with it also. So that's ending the transfer isn't particularly surprising to me. It's kind of was what was in the plan all along.
I gotcha. I was just wondering if, with that in mind, I mean, if it's going to continue to be a fund that we rely on, maybe that's a discussion we have then at budget time about what we think our target balance should be based on what needs we think are going to be placed in it.
I agree.
Okay. So then we take a look at our bill. And once we get through kind of understanding our bill, we'll really get back into, okay, these are the numbers for the rate increases. So every account or user, every residential user has kind of three sections on their bill. They're billed for water. They're billed for a flat fee based on the meter, the size of their meter. They're also billed on what they use, so their consumption, and that's a usage of per 1,000 gallons of water. They're charged a flat fee for their meter on wastewater. They're charged a consumption charge on their wastewater, which for most people that have had a continuous service, that is their average winter quarter from the prior year. For those that are not, that's set in our resolution. Then they're paying for sanitation out of there, so their trash pickup, which is for the 2021 comprehensive fee, that was set at $17 an hour. And they're also paying for the Salina drive-through recycling, which for 2021 was $1.25. So our current rates, this is the resolution that set our current rates. And as we do in the resolution, we kind of say this is what we anticipate our rates to be for the next 5 years. However, really the only one that we use is the current year to do our billings and set our rates, and then we have the opportunity to change the next 5 years. But I just want to provide this so that you can kind of see where we are today and where we're anticipating going in the future. Also, in the resolution that we set the rates, we also set the minimum quarter. So that's for somebody that doesn't have an account or didn't have an account last year, set their sewer fee. That would be their sewer fee. Sets our baseline for excess use charges and other things that will be billed on the system. So then this is the bottom portion of that spreadsheet that's created. And so what we've done is we've anticipated a 2%, sorry, mouse, a 2% increase in both the fixed fee for both water and sewer, and a 2% increase on the usage fee for both water and sewer. So what that does is it takes the 5/8 inch meter from $6.15 a month to $6.27. The wastewater from $8.36 to $8.53. The usage for water goes from $5.31 per 1,000 gallons to $5.42 per 1,000, and the usage for wastewater goes from $5.90 per 1,000 gallons to $6.02 per 1,000 gallons. And this is just kind of tells you this is water and sewer only. It does not include sanitary or sanitation. So basically what we're saying is if we increase these rates by 2%, then the conservative user of 2,000 gallons of water, 2,000 gallons of sewer would be about a 74-cent increase per year or per month. A typical resident, which uses about 8,000 gallons of water and has about the 6,000 gallon sewer charge, would be go up about $1.85 a month. And then the higher residential user would be about $3.36 a month. As a comparison of for 8,000 gallons of water at $94.24, which is for sewer and water, that's about a penny per gallon. And that's compared to gas at $1.90 and milk at $2. So water's pretty cheap, even though we don't think it is when we get our bill at the end of the month. The next few slides are really a comparison of how we compare to other cities that are providing sewer and water for their customers. The blue on here is if you're a 5,000 gallon consumption person, and the orange is 10,000 gallons, because some cities charge different rates based on, like, the first 2,000 gallons are at one rate, the next 4,000 are at a different rate. So the rate schedules are very different for each entity. But this kind of just shows you where Salina hits compared to other cities. Now, I will mention that the rates for the other cities are from 2019, because we did not have the 2020 or the new 2021 rates yet. So as you look at where Salina is on this, I would anticipate, because this is our 2021 rate, that our line is going to shift down on the screen based on the increases from other entities. And you can see this a little bit better in this screen. These are the dollars. So this compared to Salina, and for 10,000 gallons, Salina ranks at number 7 for the cost of 10,000 gallons. Now, I will say Martha sent me an article this morning that showed that Lawrence is increasing their water rates for 2021. Let me get to my page, by 7.75%. And Manhattan is increasing theirs by 6%. So that's going to change where Lawrence will still be above us, with Manhattan will still be below us, but their rate increases are significantly higher than what we've seen even over the past 5 years. And again, this data is for us is 2021 compared to other cities' 2019 rates. So I would anticipate that the city of Salina will drop below some of these other cities as we get that other data. And this is another schedule of the same thing, but this shows you a little bit better of how different cities charge. So if you go over like this one, up to $2,000, it's a certain, or 2,000 gallons, it's a certain amount. Above 2,000, it's another, or it's a lower amount, so that they've got prorated amounts all over the place. Some of them go up, some of them go down. These go, in Coffeyville, the cost per gallon, per 1,000 gallons goes down. In Derby, that cost per 1,000 gallons goes up. So there's a lot of information out there. So it's really hard, I think, to compare ourselves to other people if you don't just calculate what is the cost for the average person. So that's this screen, and I wanted to give you time to discuss that. I also want to show you, bring up that other spreadsheet if I can figure out how, and show you, just so if you chose to have a conversation, we can have a conversation about what those rates are doing. And let me see if I can get this one up.
Well, this is Carl Ryan. I'd like to ask the question is, how does McPherson do their water so cheap? Are they subsidizing that? How I can't understand how one municipal system could be so much different than another.
Martha might be able to answer that. I don't know.
I'm not sure I can. I'm trying to think about McPherson and what type of treatment plant they have. I know that they have well water and they utilize that, but I'm not sure about their extent for their water treatment plant and so on. Here in Salina, we treat both groundwater and river water, so we're running kind of two different systems. Typically with groundwater, it's a little less costly because you don't have the treatment for the surface water. So it's kind of a mixed match, like Debbie was talking about the different costs depending upon the type of treatment they have. But at the end of the day, Carl, I don't know the answer to your question without calling up Tim or someone down there and saying, how do you have such, why is your water at the rate it is? I truly don't know that answer, other than we just get the rates off of their website.
Yeah.
This,
But go ahead, Mayor.
I see where Wichita's is low, but isn't Wichita going through a major water treatment plant addition that might change their rates?
Yes.
Yes, about $500 million worth of water rate improvements, and their rates will be changing over the years. They're using the WIFIA funding, which is a 40-year loan at a low interest rate. So it spreads it out a little bit to try to make it a little more palatable for them. But long-term, there's some costs with that, and they forgive payments for the first, 2-3 years. So eventually Wichita will have to build up and have some additional costs for that water treatment, but the funding they're using gives them a little flexibility to kind of slide into it a little easier instead of a large rate shock.
This is Carl Ryan again. Your water estimates for both wastewater and water from the last 5 years are really under the estimate you're using for the projections.
Yes.
You're pretty confident you're going to have $1,750,000 and $1,350,000 when the numbers are below that over the last 5 years?
The average over the past 10 years is higher than those numbers. The actual
Right.
number, as you said, for the last 5 years is below that. So it's hard to know. It's hard to know.
Well, when we instituted the rate increases for additional consumption, that seemed to change people's water usage. I'd say that's more
Yes.
apparent in the last 5 years than using a 10-year average.
Yes.
You know, this is Commissioner Franz. One of the comments I have about this, if you look at, for example, I think it's on page 10, the financial position, it's obvious their balances are declining and going away at the end of that period. But we're also doing this rate projection based on 3 to 5% projections for increases in expenses and 2% increases in rates. And that's kind of a given that you're going to not be in a winning position.
Right.
You know, so I'm I have to question if at some point we're going to we're going to have to bring that 2% number up to try to stabilize us. And the question for me is when does that happen?
Right.
Yeah, this is Mike Sprague. I was going to take us back to that slide as well, calling attention to the note that's on there about the net loss is not sustainable. I think our reserve balances give us an opportunity to kind of have a glide path to some type of balanced approach. And between the operating fund balance and the capital reserve balance, I think we have an opportunity to manage to that. But to your point, Commissioner Franz, that does assume rate increases on a regular basis and shows us at a loss. We, as an organization, not just the water utility, but as an organization, we've said that we want to address things incrementally on an annual basis rather than put things off for an extended amount of time and then have a rate shock with a catch-up rate increase. So what I see us trying to do is kind of balance our rate increases year after year and try to get that to a break even.
Yes, I was coming back to that slide too, because I forgot that note. But I think that's something to remember is that we can't sustain that a net loss over multiple years. And then also we only go out to 2025 on that projection. And this is the live table here. If you just go to 2026, we're already below and getting significantly below what we anticipate those numbers to be. And we're getting closer. By the time we get to 2027, 2028, we're below our fund balance target.
I guess my point is that we need to be very careful with that, and we need to address that several years in advance of that happening, or it will be out of our control. It's going to be an issue.
Right.
I would like to make one comment about the discussion about our rates versus rates in other communities. That can be a useful comparison, but as Ms. Tasker noted, there are lots and lots of differences in the processes. There's another difference in the degree to which each of those communities maintains their system and how old the system is and how much it needs maintenance. We have been sinking $2 to $4 million into water line replacements for the last 10 years. There are a lot of communities that have not been doing that. And sooner or later, that piper has to be paid. And that's what we talk about when we talk about rate shock. Is it's possible to keep your rates very low for at least some period of time if you're willing to go through the prospect of having 50% increases at some point. That typically is not a good, I don't think is a good management approach. I think it's much better to keep your infrastructure in shape as you go along than it is to, backfill it when it breaks. And that's something we don't know about McPherson or anywhere else without doing a lot of investigation. And even then it becomes difficult to draw comparisons.
And this is Mike Sprague again. I don't know either, but I'm purely speculating. But McPherson does have an electric utility, which in a lot of communities that is a cash generator that they can use to subsidize other operations. So they may be using the electric utility to supplement the water utility. But again, that's purely speculation on my part. I don't know.
Is the electric utility still managed by the BPU, and is the water managed by the same agency, or is water and sewer done by the city and electric and gas by the BPU?
I do not know.
Because they're different entities. I have it in the back of my head that somebody told me at some point that their water system is with their electric and gas with the Board of Public Utilities, and the sewer system is with the city. And I don't know that that is necessarily true.
Commissioner Hodges here. Are we open for some general questions at this point? Or am I jumping in too soon?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, what Commissioner Franz said about McPherson having their utilities together, and one utility may being able to, somewhat subsidize another. And I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting that, Commissioner Franz, but I had emailed staff about, in the last Kansas Government Journal, there was an article on Dodge City's Warrior project. It's a biogas reclamation system that they've incorporated into their wastewater treatment plant. And I understand that Dodge City's a very different community than we are. But since we are looking at wastewater treatment plant design, I was wondering, one, if that's something we considered, because for Dodge City, that nets them about $5 million a year. And, you know, as we're talking about the, you know, some of our funds, you know, not being able to be sustained, I just thought that it might be worth our time to at least consider whether or not we would be a candidate for a biogas reclamation facility within our wastewater treatment plant.
Mike, do you want, I was going to talk about that a little more when I had HDR and Black and Beach on. I thought might come up under a wastewater side, but I can talk in general to it.
And Ms. Tasker, that's fine. I can wait and do it then. It just, I need to get the question out when I think about it. Otherwise, the moment passes and I forget about it.
And I can give you the basic details now. And if we need more, we can ask them if they're working on specific projects. I've been out of the hopper of designing these kind of facilities for 17, 18 years. So I'm going back in some memory and double checked a few things with them. But out at Dodge City, they have a really large non-discharging anaerobic lagoon system. And a lot of their flow comes from beef processing or cattle processing. And from the municipal. So in general terms, trying to think how to describe the difference in the wastewater flow, but the wastewater from the cattle processing is a much higher strength. As an example, I just looked at some in standard cubic feet per minute of what you might produce at Dodge City. They may be producing 1,100 cubic feet per minute of biogas. And there was a facility up, I think it was in Lincoln, Nebraska, that had about 22 million gallons a day. They thought they'd produce about 240 SCFM or cubic feet per minute. And we're at about 4 MGD. So if we just bring that down from there in standard municipal wastewater, which is basically what we have without the high strength flow from the beef packing plants, you know, we're looking at, we might produce 40 SCFM a day and they're producing 1,100. So that's quite a difference. It's just extra strength. And what you see, some of the larger communities do produce and save their gas. For us, we capture the methane and use it in our heating our digesters for the treatment of the biosolids. We do have some that we do need to flare because it's excess. And so in general, there is some that is not utilized, and it could be typically what you see that for these smaller facilities is you might capture that and use it in a fleet of vehicles.
Okay.
That's what you kind of see for the smaller uses. So that's kind of the broad brush description of that. And we could, I think HDR and Jessica will be on, is their company was doing some of the work up at, I think it's up in Nebraska, on a facility, and might have some more input.
Okay, that's very
that's
helpful.
the general
in terms
range.
of looking at the different biosolids that each community produces. Yeah. We just don't have.
We don't have the same strength of wastewater due to their 6,000. I think they produce about 6,000 cows a day, or slaughter in their facilities down there. So the wastewater from that is truly way different. And they have, I think it's like 170 or 180 acres of lagoons. It's a very interesting project that, 15 years ago, we were all fascinated by it and following it and watching it, but some of that memories went away. But I knew they did. One thing they found is it did have a little bit of odor. So then it became important to cover part of it. Then you had to do something once you covered it. So over the course of the last 15 years, they came up with a very creative solution that's definitely paying off for them. I think their facility cost about 11 million to process the biogas. So definitely they have the right wastewater stream to make it work, if that helps, Commissioner Hodges.
That helps a lot. Thank you very much, Ms. Tasker.
And that's the short story. So there is a lot I could tell you, but I'm trying to
And I
shorten it up.
appreciate all the euphemism use. I mean, biosolids sounds a lot better than what I was thinking. So at any rate, thank
It's
you.
almost what I said too. So I was being very careful.
And then the other question I had was completely unrelated, is I know that we had suspended terminating water accounts, and that created quite a backlog of accounts in arrears and a pretty high balance there. And I just was wondering how is that balance of accounts in arrears doing? Have we lost water accounts as a result of people not being able to bring their accounts current? What's the status of that?
Well, I forwarded those questions on to the staff down in water customer accounting.
Okay.
And as you may or may not recall, we had over 2,700 accounts back at the first part of October when we were looking at this information.
Yeah.
Today we only have about 328 delinquent accounts. It took about 4 to 6 weeks for us to process through shutting off, getting people back on, getting through that really large group, which was pretty amazing from our perspective. During that process, what I'm being told is we had about 1,500 accounts that we actually shut off. Of those, 150 remain shut off and have been terminated. They were able to collect over $469,000 from those balances. We did get some funding from Catholic Charities and from Salvation Army, but we're pretty much today back on a normal schedule as we would be any other time without pandemic. Because normally we run about 300 to 400 delinquent accounts at a time.
Do we have any sense what happened to those? I wasn't sure if you said 115 or 150 accounts that have remained off. I mean, are those places where people are living? I understand that it may not be incumbent upon us, specifically the water department, following up, but I just wondered if we had any sense of, the 150 accounts that had not been restored.
I did not get that information. All I got was that those had been terminated, which means there's no water available to them at this point.
Right.
But I was not able to get that information as far as some demographics or anything like that. I'm not sure if they would have that available. We could look.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments?
Commissioner Franz, to your point on McPherson, I did look that point up, and this is Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood. The BPU does handle water and electric in McPherson, and the wastewater is handled by the city. So as you had said it, that is correct.
Okay, Ms. Pack, is there any direction you need from us today, or?
I need, what'll happen now is if you can give me the direction as far as if you agree with the recommendation of 2% per year for the next 5 years, we will be bringing this back to you for action next week. Due to the late timing in the year, these rates won't go into effect until February 1st. Because we really need to give water customer accounting the opportunity to be able to get the new rates implemented and things like that. So that would be the direction I would need from you, is kind of a consensus about where you want to land on the rate increases or not.
Okay, comments from commissioners?
I'm fine with it.
My preference would be that we can do the 2% for maybe 2 years, but then we start edging it up to match the decline in our cash balances to see if we can get a little better match to expenditures. I think if we go 5 years, we're going to be in a circumstance where we may have to do more than we want to do at that point. Of course, this gets adjusted every year, so every year we get to look
Yeah.
at it anew.
Yeah, that was my question. This is just a forecast. Would we be better off following Commissioner Fran's suggestion and doing a 2 or 3 year to kind of just keep ourselves abreast of that?
This is Mike Scragg. I think if we get through the process of bidding out the showing groundwater contamination, we'll have a much better sense 12 months from now, or even as we take this conversation up again about what those bids look like, what that does to some of the reserve balances, and then we'll have an opportunity to kind of plan those out years a little bit more, if that's helpful.
Because right now, this Mayor Hoppick, we have 5 of what do we have? 5 of our 10 million kind of earmarked for that, which we may or may not need, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Which would give us more flexibility if we didn't have to. So,
Yeah, and just to be clear, I agree with Commissioner Franz that we can fine tune this to create a glide path that gets us where we want to be. But I think we may know more in the next 6 months or so.
Yeah, I think 2% is reasonable at this time. But I do have concerns about the water accounts that have been terminated and not turned back on. And I know that that's a completely unrelated to the rate increase, and I don't know if there's any way to follow up on that. But if we have 100 residents in Salina that are living in homes without water, I think that we're going to need to figure out and whether that's working with other agencies like the ones that you mentioned, Catholic Charities and the Salvation Army, or looking internally to see what we can do to get that rectified.
This is Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood. We'll take a look into that. A lot of times those customers will, typically we don't just have people living in houses where they turn the water off. Normally we'll see that account has changed hands. It's gone into somebody else's name. We should be able to dig down into some of that data and make sure that we don't have 150 accounts that are just where the water is off, where people are living. I don't think that's probably the case. We just need to look into the data a little bit closer, and we'll get some information back out to you for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Commissioner Davis, any comments on the rates?
Well, we have the ability to adjust it every year. If we know it's going up, I guess I would rather leave the 2% on the books, just so there won't be some wishful thinking that 4 years out there won't be any rate increase at all. But we can adjust this every year, so it's as long as we got next year taken care of. I mean, everything after that, it's a projection anyway.
Yes.
So I'm fine with the way it is.
Okay, I'm probably okay with it too. I just think we need to keep up. I agree with Commissioner Franz. We need to keep an eye on that so we don't have at some point that rate shock. So have that balance into the negative. So
one question: if things were changed where we would be facing a very high rate or potential rate increase, is there a list of projects that we would back off from, or is there a priority list? Which project gets trimmed first? Some of these are pretty big items, you just can't trim them, but up the smaller project.
Well, this is Mike Scragg again. I don't know that we've created that list. We have had conversations about, we feel like kind of the big push is getting through our system with the well field project, the water plant project, the wastewater plant project, and if we can set aside some money for deferred maintenance at the sewer treatment plant, and then we are being proactive in terms of waterline maintenance and replacement. So, debt financing helps smooth that out some. And if push came to shove, one of the first things that may have to go is fall back to deferred maintenance on the water main replacement plan.
I guess that's about the only one that you could do piecemeal or adjust the schedule. I mean, the other three big ones, I mean, either do them or you don't. Kind of hard to do them halfway.
Yeah, and we're kind of past the point of no return, or we're on
Right.
one and approaching the point of no return pretty quickly on the other.
And the other.
And they're also, they're required by either.
Well,
law
yes,
or-
good point.
One's required.
So then if I'm hearing that correctly, we'll come forward next week with a 2% increase to all the rates for the next 5 years, knowing that we will be doing this process over again next year, and just making sure we're keeping our eye out to the future, even beyond those 5 years, to make sure that we're not getting into a situation where that rate needs to be increased more than what we would hope for.
Just ask, if I could ask just a philosophical question that doesn't need to be answered now, but how much does effective water conservation damage these financial projections as far as keeping the bottom line going?
This is Martha, and Debbie, if my memory is wrong, will you help me out? But it seems like for excess use charges, we only see about $650,000, $600,000 a year that come in from that point of play. So the excess use charges don't add a lot. They're not big numbers in our current revenues.
Okay.
Debbie, am I close? I'm going by
Yeah.
memory. Or
Yeah, that's what we estimate, yes.
yes, and I think in the past when we've looked at it, we're in that 550, 600. So it seems to be consistent every year in that range. If that answers your question, Commissioner.
Well, it does. I guess folks have already started working in that regard. I just thought it was going to be a much higher number than
And
that.
probably from a side note, it's when we were back in prior to the water conservation rates, we would have peak days up around 14 million gallons a day. And now currently in the summer months, we fall between 9 and 10 million gallons a day, and more close to 9 unless something unusual happens in filling or cleaning basins. So that kind of gives you an idea of peak days have went from 14 to 9.5 million gallons a day. So the peak has came off of the top, which is a good, helps a lot in wear and tear on our water distribution system and the need of equipment it takes to produce those peak days. So those are all good ways to help with the rates.
I guess all those kids grew up and went to college and moved away. Another peak coming in another 3 or 4 years. Huh?
I don't know about that, but but that's kind of if the general term of the numbers that we see currently.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anything further for a study session? I guess we should ask if there's any comments from the public.
Oh, no, don't do that. I might have to answer the phone.
I mean, if we were sitting in the room, do you
I don't
see?
see anybody. Charles is on there. I only see one other participant.
I don't see anybody from the public at this point. I mean, just the newspaper and Salina Media Connection.
Okay.
We do have a few minutes. I don't know if you want to use that to discuss theoretically what that capital reserve fund might look like. I don't know if 15 minutes is long enough to do that, but would give us some guidance going forward, or we can wait till the budget discussion when we come back in the summer.
Commission, do we have a preference?
Summer.
Summer. I'd like to give it some thought and maybe get you know, I think there's some good information here about what it's historically been used for, but yeah, I think the summer.
Okay.
We'll do that. Okay, with that, we will, I guess, end the study session and we will be back here. Everybody, if you could be back a little before 4 o'clock.
All right.
So should we just stay connected?
Just stay connected. I'm not gonna turn the meeting off. I'll mute everybody. If you want to cover your cameras, you can do that, but we'll have everything back up and running just before the regular meeting starts. So this is all going to stay the same. I'm just going to mute you and you can cover up.
Can we stop our video
Yes, you can.
and restart it?
If you want to log out, you can log back in.
As opposed to covering the camera, you know.
Right.
That worked. You
All
just
right.
have to sit there though.
Yeah.
Thanks. See you shortly.
Can you hear me, Jacob?
Yes, I can.
I think I did something to my screen. There we go.
I will unmute commissioners as they start to pop back in here. So
Okay.
just so they're not surprised.
Got about 3 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, there. Okay, 1 minute warning, guys and gals.
Oops.
Do we have all commissioners on? I believe so. Yep. There's Commissioner Hodges. Okay, it is 4 o'clock. I will call the December 14th Salina City Commission meeting to order. I would first ask staff for confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. With that, we will have a roll call.
Mayor Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Franz,
Here.
Commissioner Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Thank you. With that, I would ask that we have a moment of silence. And I'd ask that we do keep the officer that was involved in the incident over the weekend, him and his family, in our thoughts. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have no awards and proclamations. That will lead us to Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for individuals that would like to address the commission on something that is not on the agenda. We ask that you please give your name and where you're from and limit your comments to 5 minutes. And I will ask Deputy City Manager Jacob Woods to tell everybody how they can raise their hand and get on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I've got just a real quick presentation I'll take us through here that kind of outlines how this works. So this is the screen that you should see if you are in Zoom right now. You should see something like this. At the bottom of the screen, there's a tab here that says Participants. If you click on that button, it will bring up the participant box. And then at the bottom right of that, you should see, it might say raise your hand right here, or it might have 3 little dots. If you click on those dots, that will bring up the option to raise hand. Once you do that, you'll see a screen that has the hand raised like this one. If you're not able to make that work, you can click on the chat function. The chat will allow you to chat with just me. That's not a place where I'm going to answer questions or back and forth, but it is a place where you can get my attention if you would like to speak. The chat box will pop up there and you can just type your message. And that will go directly to me, and we will make sure that you can figure out a way to speak. Once I have given you opportunity to speak, or it's your turn, I will unmute you, and there a box like this should pop up on your screen that says unmute. Click that and the floor will be yours. So once you're done speaking, I will go ahead and mute you again, and you'll get a message that just says that the host has muted you. So that's just kind of the quick down and dirty as far as how you can request to share. So if anybody at this point would like to speak, you can use the raise your hand function or send me a chat. Or if you have a camera and you just want to wave at me, that's another way to make this work. So I'll give everybody a second here to test out the functionality there. I don't see any hands raised at this point, and it doesn't look like anybody's waving at me. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I think we can move on.
Okay, with that, we will move to public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time.
Item 5.1, public hearing of the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund for improvements to the wastewater treatment plant. 5.1A, resolution number 20-7895, authorizing the filing of application with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment for a loan under the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund Act.
Okay, with that, I will open up the public hearing and I will turn it over to Martha Tasker at this time. Is Martha there?
It looks like there we go. She's unmuted now. Oh, she's muted again.
Hello, this is Martha. Can you hear me?
Yes, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Today we're here for a public hearing for the wastewater treatment plant improvement project. And Jacob, are you going to track any public participants for me? Okay, so the city has applied for a preliminary application to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment for a Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Loan Fund to finance improvements at the wastewater treatment plant. And as a part of that loan, we're required to hold a public meeting and a public hearing. The public meeting was held on October 19th, 2020. And so, Jacob, could you advance the slides? Okay, thank you. So the agenda for today is to talk about a project overview and talk about the 2020 NPDES permit, which stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit. And the end result of that is it defines our effluent limitations from our wastewater treatment plant to the Smoky Hill River and provides a schedule of when we may need to make some improvements to meet all their requirements. Talk briefly about a wastewater treatment plant feasibility study. It included some alternatives that were evaluated. They were evaluated on a very high planning level to develop some general costs to get a feel for the different alternatives. And then we'll talk about the preferred alternative. Ultimately, we'll get to a total estimated construction cost and a total project cost, which will be the dollar figure in our loan amount. Talk about the schedule of compliance. As a part of our loan, we're required to do an environmental review clearance and get comments from 11 different agencies. We'll talk about financing options, and at the end, we'll discuss the impacts on our sewer user charge and debt service. Next slide, please. And Jacob, with this one, you can just keep tapping and it'll bring on the years of construction. So really over the last 95 years, we've had multiple improvements at our wastewater treatment plant. The first wastewater treatment plant was sited out at this very same location in 1926. And as you can see, as Jacob's popping on the different years, been multiple improvements over the last 95 years. The last major improvement was in 1993. Next slide, please. And currently our wastewater treatment plant is located out at 596 North Marymount Road, out on the very northeast side of the city, north of the railroad tracks, east of the flood control levee dike, just to give you a general look. And as you saw earlier, it was first constructed there in 1926. Today, our current rated capacity is 7.25 million gallons per day. The last major upgrade was in 1993, which we added activated sludge to remove ammonia and to enhance BOD removal. It included some ultraviolet disinfection to disinfect the treated wastewater as it enters the river, and also final aeration to add some dissolved oxygen back into the water. It's been in 30 years of service. That's a long time for a wastewater treatment plant. Typically, they're designed for 20 years of life. We've held off on doing some equipment replacements at the project, at the plant site over the last 5 years, just basically waiting for this wastewater treatment plant improvement project to move forward. So we have a good feel for exactly what we're building and know what's going to be a part of the project. We really didn't want to put money into structures or equipment that might not have a long-term life for us. Next slide, please. So really what we have going on is our 2020 NPDES permit is requiring biological nutrient removal. And this really isn't new news because we've been talking about it since 2005. And we get permits on 5-year cycles. So we get a permit 2005, 2010, 2015, and now the current permit we're operating under is 2020. In all of those years, in 2005 permit, KDHE required us to conduct a study and try to come up with an overall cost that it might take to upgrade for nutrient removal. The intent then was to get a feel for what it might take to do that all across Kansas, a number of dollars. In 2010, KDHE hired Fort Scott Community College to do a nutrient removal study. In 2018, KDHE hired Wichita State to look at chemical removal for the wastewater treatment plant. So we've been talking about doing some kind of nutrient removal out there for at least the last 15 years. But our current permit, what's driving us to do our job today is total nitrogen of less than 10 milligrams per liter and total phosphorus of 1 milligram per liter is a requirement. And ultimately, what's going to be the limit is in pounds per day for nitrate, nitrite, or nitrogen, 606 pounds per day. And for phosphorus, 60.6 pounds per day are going to be the limits. And those are over an annual average period. So that's really what's going to drive our project that we're talking about for improvements. And unfortunately, our wastewater treatment plant was not designed for nutrient removal. Next slide, please. In addition, our current wastewater permit has more stringent ammonia requirements. What you see here is what we had for daily maximum and monthly averages back between 2015 and 2020. What you'll notice in the summer months, the ammonia requirement numbers are driven down. So much more additional treatment there and paying very close attention to the process to meet those numbers. As temperatures go up, the toxicity of the ammonia to the aquatic life enhances. So that's another component of what we have to do with our project. So next slide, please. The draft final wastewater treatment plant feasibility study evaluated several different options. Kind of in a nutshell, it was 3 different treatment processes. One conventional 3-stage, similar to what we have. An integrated fixed film activated sludge would be where you'd add some type of media that either was flowed or fixed in your basins, or a membrane that was in your basin. And with each one of these, we looked at whether they be with primary clarifiers or without primary clarifiers, and would we be looking at biological nutrient removal or phosphorus nutrient removal. So you can see with this combination of slate here, that's where it really became important to decide. Are you still there, Jacob? I think you slipped a slide on me. Okay, thank you. And so you can see where installing different pieces of treatment may or may not have stayed in the picture for the long run. But our final wastewater treatment plant feasibility study had a preferred alternative of a conventional 3-stage reactor with primary clarifiers and biological phosphorus removal was what came out of the feasibility study. The next slide, please. And the gist for this feasibility study was really to try to get a handle on what are the costs for upgrading the wastewater treatment plant, just to kind of check back and make sure what we're looking at for overall costs and looking at our debt service is still accurate from what we've been doing over the last few years. And this table here really looks at the 2016 costs in the feasibility study, and then some inflationary factors to bring it up to 2020 costs. So in a nutshell, the 2021 costs, we're looking at about $25.5 million for construction. And that included a 4% inflation rate for the last 5 years. We changed the contingency from 30 to 35%, really because we're just not sure what the potential market impacts are from COVID and all the other natural disasters that have occurred around the world and United States. Next slide, please. So really what we're trying to get to is total estimated costs. And so on this slide, I'm just going to look at 2021. So we brought over the 25.5 million. Currently, we have an agreement with HDR Engineering for owner's rep services for slightly under $1 million. We're estimating the design build engineering costs to carry through to the December 31st, 2024 to be roughly 5 million. And so that brought our total loan to 31.5 million. And as we move through this process and we get the project more defined, obviously the city and the design build teams will be developing much more detailed cost estimates as we go forward. Next slide, please. This is just a quick project schedule. That's out of the NPDES permit. Basis of design report is due to KDHE on April 30th of 2021. And I'm calling that the roadmap. It's going to define what the basic project we're moving forward with. And that has to be approved by KDHE, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, before we can move forward. We're looking at then 60% plans, January 29th, 2022, and ultimately 90% documents that we can develop a guaranteed maximum price April of 2022 and begin construction in May of 2022. We have a 2-year construction cycle through May of 2024. And then the remainder of 2024 will be fine tuning and operating the plant with the ultimate desire and need to meet the NPDES permit compliance on December 31st of 2024. So basically what you see here is about a 5-year time frame from when we first get our permit to where we're required to meet the goal of the NPDES permit. Next slide, please. As a part of the loan requirements, we have to send our project to 11 agencies. We received their responses back by November 30th of 2020. 10 responses were received, no objections to the project. We learned that the Kansas Biological Survey do not make these reviews anymore. The Kansas Water Office asked for us to update the 2013 Water Conservation Plan, which is already on our to-do list, which we'll have to do as a result of bringing the South Water Treatment Plant in Wellfield online. Next slide, please. So the important part is financing. We looked at option 1 was conventional financing. Principal of our loan was $31.5 million. Interest rate of 3%. Interest over the life of that was $10,846,000. Our annual payment would be approximately $2,210,000. Our second option was looking at the loan through KDHE. Again, $31.5 million, interest rate of 1.29. Interest over the life of the loan, 20 years, was $4,439,664. Annual payment of $1,800,000. So obviously, option 2 with the KDHE low interest loan is our best alternative. We save about $6,400,000 in interest, which is annually $320,000 per year. The loan is included in our 2021 through 2025 water and rate study, and the annual payment is also in there at a rate of 1.29%. Next slide, please. I won't go into too much detail here, but basically this shows the rates for our sewer user charges and debt service based on our discussion of where we're looking at today on wastewater rates, a 2% increase for the next 5 years. Excuse me, the customer charge for currently in 2021 is $8.36 or 2020 is $8.36. In 2021, it'll be $8.53. The consumption charge per 1,000 gallons is $5.90 in 2020. That'll increase to $6.02. So roughly about $1 a month per year for the average wastewater user of the 8,000 gallons. The debt service is included in our water rate structure. The first 2 years are in at $135,000 for interest and then $1.8 million in payments for the next 20 years. Next slide, please. And so basically at this point, come to the end of my public hearing presentation, turn it back to the governing body for questions, public comment, closing of the hearing, and then ultimately city commission action.
Okay, questions or comments from the commission for Ms. Tasker? If not, I have one. The the interest rate and the loan amount, is that a rate we will be locking in here before long? The 1.29%? Hello?
I can hear you.
What'd you say?
Okay.
Yeah, Mark,
All right. For some reason, I see muted and there seems to be a delay between, yes, that was last month's rate. And the hope is once we send these documents in, we'll get locked into that in the next few weeks. So that's the whole goal of kind of moving this forward.
Yeah, and we lock that in, and then it works as a construction loan, looking at your interest amount. We're only going to pay based on what we're borrowing, and we will borrow over the next several years.
Well, probably for the 2 years of construction, then ultimately when construction's done, we'll go to paying back the principal and such, if that makes sense to you.
But do we borrow
But we just get reimbursed for the dollars we've spent as we move forward.
Okay,
We didn't start out with 31.5 million.
Right,
I think that was the question.
Okay.
Just to clarify, this is Commissioner Franz, just to clarify, what we pay interest on during the construction is the money we've already drawn down, not the full amount of the loan.
That is correct. Yes,
Okay.
just the money as we use it.
Yeah, that's a little different than a bond issue where you sell
Yeah.
the bonds and you pay the interest on the whole bunch. This is as we use it. Okay, thank you.
I love the interest rate. I just didn't want to be paying interest on money we weren't using yet. So
No, that's the beauty of this loan. It's you send in your request for reimbursement, and that's what they charge interest on. It's nice interest rate right now.
any other commissioners, questions or comments? If not, Mr. Wood, I would ask if there's any participants that would like to comment on this.
If you're in the public and you would like to comment, if you'd raise your hand or wave at me. I don't see any at this point. We'll give you a couple of seconds here. It doesn't look like there's anybody that is requesting to speak.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing and I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, move adoption of resolution 20-7895. I'll stop there.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution number 20-7895, authorizing the filing of application with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment for a loan under the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund Act. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Tasker. That will bring us to consent agenda item.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of December 7th, 2020. Item 6.2, approve resolution number 20-7923, accepting the 2020 Salina Lane Bank Conveyance Report. And item 6.3, approve resolution number 20-7920, authorizing the city manager to renew an agreement for life insurance benefits with MetLife.
I would ask the commission if there is any items that would like to be removed from the consent agenda. Not hearing any, I would accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3.
Okay, got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That also passes 5-0. That will lead us to administration.
Item 7.1, resolution number 20-7914, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting Incorporated for Phase 1A of the wastewater treatment plant improvement project, project number 20028.
Hey, Ms. Tasker, you're back on. Are you unmuted?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I believe I'm unmuted.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. This wastewater treatment plant project for nutrient removal has been a topic, as we previously mentioned, for the last 15 years. And currently we're to a point where we have a NPDES permit for 2020, or National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, requiring us to meet some nutrient removal requirements by the end of year 2024. So going to try to just hit the highlights of this process and hopefully then leave room for some questions at the end. I do have some people from OCI, or Overland Contracting Incorporated, and HDR that'll be on the line and can help with questions as we move forward and get towards the end. So basically, this project, originally we looked at a feasibility study, and we did follow the purchasing policy to where we went out for a request for qualifications and got the project underway. And at that time, we had 8 different consultants that submitted for the project, and 4 were interviewed. And ultimately, HDR was selected to do the feasibility study. And we've basically kind of been following through the project with them. We started with in December with our final and draft permits coming to us from KDHE with our requirements for nutrient removal and a compliance schedule. And so basically in December, we really started hitting this project pretty hard. We met with the city commission and got authorization to move forward with the progressive design build project, and also to move forward with HDR as our owner's representative. So that happened in the middle of December. Then after the first of the year, we were working with HDR to develop our contract. And then COVID came in March, COVID-19. And in April, the city commission delayed the wastewater treatment plant improvement project for 90 days, which made good sense at the time because we really couldn't have individuals visiting our treatment plant and taking a look at it and trying to put together the proposal. So we had a 90-day delay there. So we went back to KDHE and ultimately got a revised schedule. The end result is we still are meeting our current permit, or 2020 permit from KDHE at the end of December 2024. So that's our long-term requirement. And so talk a little bit about the steps that we've taken during the course of our project. We did get, in July, we were able to get an agreement with HDR for owner's rep services approved. We also sent out qualifications to request design build teams that might be interested in our project, our wastewater treatment plant improvements. In August, we had 2 design build teams that submitted their qualifications. Overland Contracting Incorporated, which is a Black and Beach company, and they were in association with Walters and Morgan Construction and Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company and CAS contractors. Both teams were very good teams. We have a selection committee that was made up of 4 team members, 1 from HDR and 3 city staff. We notified both of the design build teams to submit proposals for the wastewater treatment plant improvement project. In September of 2020, we held confidential meetings. We received proposals from the teams, and we did interviews in September with both of the teams. So September was a busy month trying to kind of pick up the pace and catch up from our 90-day delay. The process we're following falls within our purchasing policy. So we used formal scoring process to evaluate each of the design build teams. We looked at their experience and capabilities, who's the key personnel, how many active projects, what's their project approach, how well did they communicate with this project insight, and also what was their execution plan and their overall management. So at the end of September, the selection committee really felt that Overland Contracting Incorporated, which is a Black and Veatch company with Walters and Morgan, really presented the best proposal. Black and Veatch has designed 70 design build projects in the last 15 years. Walters and Morgan has 30 years of experience going back with the city over the past 15 years. Both had multiple Kansas projects, and we just really thought they understood our project, had insight and a strong execution plan and some solutions for us to move forward. So in October, the selection committee presented in study session our thoughts on the design build team, and then also the ability to negotiate an agreement for the phase one part of the project, which basically we chose to break that into two phases, or two parts of a phase. One, because we wanted to get a good handle on the type of project we were going to build before we developed all the design fees for the entire phase one project. And so the city commission agreed with OCI, or Overland Contracting Incorporated, as the design build team, and gave us the authority to go and try to negotiate an agreement with Overland Contracting, which we've accomplished to date, and that agreement's in your packet. And again, what we're doing here with the wastewater improvement project is very similar to what we did out at the South Water Treatment Plant. Progressive design build, broken the project into two phases, with the first phase being developing the 90-degree design documents, ultimately to get to a guaranteed maximum price to go forward with phase two of the construction. The difference here is we broke phase one into two alternatives. We'd like to get through the basis of design report, get it approved by KDHE, have our roadmap in place so we know truly what we'd be designing around and developing a cost for, so that we can hone in on those engineering fees, and then ultimately get to the max 90% design documents, guaranteed maximum price, and move into phase two, which basically takes the project for construction, startup, commissioning, testing of the facility, O&M manuals, and really all the way through till the end of December 31st of 2024. The agreement that's in your packet for review there is based on the Design Build Institute of America. And this is a very similar agreement that we use for the South Water Treatment Plant. We've modified it slightly for this specific project. The design build team and their legal counsel, HDR staff and their legal counsel, city staff, and our legal counsel and risk manager have all reviewed the completed document and the associated exhibits. And so it's been over a lot of review over the last couple of months. So we put that into place there for your consideration. But to kind of just talk briefly about the agreement to give you a little bit of a heads up, the scope of services is in Exhibit C. And it really defines the work that we'll be doing over this in phase 1A. More specific, there's 5 main tasks. Task 1 is kind of a kickoff meeting that we're proposing in the near future, assuming that we move forward with this contract. Another step is the alternative analysis. And basically, we're going to model our wastewater treatment plant, look at our influent flow, and determine how can we stabilize that. All of the flow to our wastewater plant is pumped in there, so it varies greatly over the day, which creates some real design challenges. We'll be looking at phosphorus and our process, and then carbon for a food source. Another task that's pretty important is the existing facilities condition. Out of that, we'll develop that equipment replacement list that we need. The basis of design report includes surveying, geotechnical work at the site to determine the soil conditions, out of that, we'll develop our roadmap or the basis of design report and develop some cost modeling that's current for the level of design we have done at that part and project management. The overall contract price is defined in Exhibit D, and there it's broke down in hours per task and individuals to work on each task. The ultimate answer is it's a not to exceed amount of $897,193. And the bulk of the work falls under the alternative analysis, condition assessment, and the base of design report. And as I say, Exhibit D really identifies those hourly components. The interim project milestones are defined in Exhibit E, and they match up well with the 2020 NPDES permit compliance schedule. The basis of design reports due in April of 2021, 30% documents with another project budgets due in September 30th of 2021. 60% plans and specs will go to KDHE for review and approval. The 90% documents will develop cost estimates. So for the project. So as you see, each level that we move forward, the costs become more definitive. And again, we're still looking at beginning construction of May in 2022 for 2 years through May of 2024. And then testing and getting the process functioning well by the end of December 31st, 2024. So basically, we're looking at about a 5-year project here from when we received our permit till we're up and running and meeting the goal of the permit. As a fiscal note, the guaranteed maximum price is really not determined until we get to that 90%. The 2021 through 2025 capital improvement program includes $1.85 million for engineering services in 2020 and $29.65 million in 2021 for construction and engineering. The source of funding for this project, as we mentioned earlier, is the Kansas Water Pollution Control Revolving Loan Fund. It's a low interest loan for $31.5 million. We've included that in our current water and sewer rate study for 2021 through 2025. The first 2 years for 2021 and 2022 are $135,000 for interest payments, and then ultimately $1.8 million for the loan repayment from year 2023 for the next 20 years. Again, our interest rate's 1.29%. Identified 3 options for the City Commission. Option 1 is to adopt resolution 20-79 for authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting Incorporated for phase 1 of the wastewater treatment plant improvement project number 20028. The second option would be to postpone consideration of the resolution and provide staff further direction. Option 3 would be to vote to deny the resolution, which would result in the city not meeting the 2020 NPDES permit compliance schedule. Staff recommends option 1. And again, I do believe hopefully I'm looking for names here to see if I have some individuals on from HDR or Black and Beach that we could, as a group, answer questions. And I know Aaron Martin was our legal counsel, and he is out of town, but I think he's clued Greg into this particular project. So we would all make an effort to answer your questions.
Mayor.
Open it up. Oh, go ahead.
Mayor, this is Greg Binkson, legal counsel. Just wanted to remind everyone of the advisability of identifying him or herself before speaking, and that it probably would be best to go to roll call votes on any votes for the balance of the meeting. That's according to the Attorney General's guidance.
Do we have any commissioners with questions? This is Mayor Hoppick. Do we have any questions or comments from the commissioners? I have one quick one. Ms. Tasker, I know we won't have a guaranteed maximum price, but as far as coming up with the 31,500,000, how was that figure? And again, I know that we had a 2016 figure. We used an inflationary number for that, but how did we come up with those numbers for the wastewater treatment plant?
For the, I want to make sure I understand your question, Mayor Hoppe, to get to the total of 31.5 million.
Yes.
Basically, we pulled that from our feasibility study, and we inflated the cost from the 2016 numbers up to 2021 numbers over the 5-year time period. Was having trouble getting that said, and developed this new cost estimate. And basically, between KDHE and I, we looked at about 31.5 potentially. One thing to keep in mind, if our project does not equal that total amount, then we don't borrow that amount of money at the end for the project. So it's our best guess for where we're at today for the overall cost.
So Mayor Hoppe here, so we use the state to help us come up with that number. Is that what you're saying? Yes, we talked with them, and they actually suggested I think originally I had 30 million, and they thought with the situation and all of the costs and being 5 years down the road that we should be probably in the 31.5, and that's what they offered as the loan amount to me. So I guess in combination of each other, we agreed with that number, knowing if we don't use it, then we don't borrow that amount of money. It's set in play at the end. And again, we could have some dollars from our reserve fund to cover part of that cost. I don't know if I got to your question there. Yeah, that helped. I was just trying to figure out who helped come up with that number that's well, and I tried to not repeat everything that I did in the public hearing earlier, but basically that had the specifics from the feasibility study that we used to develop these numbers. And then we're at a fairly high planning level because there's really not a lot of engineering that we put into play. It's looking at rule of thumb and costs like that at this point. Okay, if there's no comments or questions from commissioners, I would ask if there's any comments from the public.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission. This is Mayor Hoppe, bring it back to the commission for action.
Commissioner Ryan here. Mayor, I move we adopt resolution number 207914, authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Overland Contracting, Inc. for phase 1 of the wastewater treatment plan improvement project number 20028.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion, a second, and I'm going to ask Shandy, are you there? Do you want to do the roll call or do you want me to?
I can.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppe.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Tasker. That will lead us to 7.2.
Item 7.2, resolution number 20-7922, approving a support letter for the Salina Housing Authority's participation in the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Section 18 and RAD conversion program.
Okay, Ms. Driscoll, are you available?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm going to give a brief staff report today, going over some of the material in the blue sheet, and then I will yield to, I believe, Phil Nix, the new Executive Director of Salina Housing Authority, is on with us, as well as Holly Knight of BGC Advantage, which is the private firm that is working with Salina Housing Authority on this project. And they are going to go through their presentation. So I'm going to go over a few things and then we'll transition. I believe Jacob has the presentation that will pop up when Holly and Phil do their portion. With that, just a little bit of background about the Salina Housing Authority. They were created in 1967 by the City Commission following the Kansas Municipal Housing Law, which was enacted in 1957. The Salina Housing Authority is managed by a 5-member board and, of course, has an executive director and several members of staff who help to run the organization and deal with building maintenance. It's the mission of the Housing Authority to provide and advocate for affordable, safe living environments and opportunities to become self-sufficient for persons of very low to moderate income, primarily through programs through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or commonly referred to as HUD. Just to put into perspective what the Housing Authority does, they manage 317 housing choice vouchers. This program is commonly referred to as Section 8 housing, 67 specialty vouchers, and 162 public housing units. That is physical housing units that are owned and run by the Housing Authority versus the voucher program, in addition to $75,000 of security deposit assistance program that it works with different individuals to help get housing deposits so they can get renting something. Also part of kind of understanding what is the role of the City Commission in this and how the relationship works and why the Housing Authority is here talking to you today is to understand the city's role or the city's relationship with the Housing Authority. So as I mentioned, our Housing Authority was formed as part of the Kansas Municipal Housing Law. And that law in 1957 conveyed various powers to a city, which included, I'm not going to go through all these in great detail as they are outlined in the blue sheet, but preparing, carrying out, and operating housing projects. A city could undertake and carry out studies and analysis of housing. It could arrange or contract for furnishings for persons or agencies, public-private investment, lease or rent any dwellings, and the list goes on. There are the type of powers essentially you would associate with a municipality running a housing program. The act also specifically gave cities or counties the power to create an agent of such municipality as an authority to be known as a housing authority. And so that's where we went and created our housing authority. And the relationship that we've had with the housing authority has progressed over the years. The Housing Authority, as I mentioned, was formed in 1967, specifically by Resolution 2454. And in that, we specifically identified that all powers conferred to the city by the act, except for a few powers were excluded and given to our Housing Authority. The authority could employ an executive director and go forth and basically do the business of the city. By 2005, we updated that resolution through 056177 because due to some HUD regulations, we had to be more clear about some of the powers that the Housing Authority would have. And so that resolution reaffirmed and restated those powers, specifically adding the power of the Housing Authority to acquire or dispose of any property other than those through eminent domain. And by this action, the city had delegated basically all powers of the Housing Act to the Salina Housing Authority, except for, as I mentioned, eminent domain and the power to borrow money or issue bonds. By July of 2018, we were then talking about a joint resolution between the Housing Authority and the City Commission in which we dealt with deeds that were associated with tracts of real estate under the administration of the Housing Authority. And part of that was getting those deeds in the statutory name of the Housing Authority and clearing those things up essentially so we could start to move towards this RAD process. But there is some specific language that I did highlight in the blue sheet that I think the commission should be aware of, that in the event of a withdrawal or modification, the delegation of the authority by the city to the Housing Authority as an agent, the title to real estate held as any part of property under the Housing Authority would then revert back to the city. So again, those are just some details as this relationship has progressed about how real estate is being handled between these two entities. And why that relationship in real estate becomes prevalent is talking about the program change and what's really being asked by the Housing Authority today, and that is to move the Housing Authority into the RAD model for public housing. And really the purpose for the RAD program started in 2012. Over the years, many housing authorities have been struggling to keep up with the capital costs associated with public housing. essentially there's a contractual relationship between the Housing Authority and HUD, and every year certain allotted money through the annual contribution contract is dedicated to capital funding. That amount of money really never keeps up with the overall cost that each unit needs. And it's not just Salina that's been experiencing this. This is housing authorities across the country. In order to better address that, HUD developed the RAD program in 2012 to start dealing with this backlog of capital needs by encouraging public-private partnerships to be developed in public housing that could then better leverage investments to start rebuilding public housing. This program was originally started and implemented in large public housing authorities and has been slowly rolled out to smaller agencies. In 2018, it also incorporated Section 18, which is demolition and disposition of buildings. And I think Holly and Phil will get more into how these two programs connect. But lastly, by 2019, HUD was saying voluntarily housing authorities of 250 or less units should get involved in RAD, with a slight wink and nod that if you don't volunteer now, we will be moving towards mandatory. So this is, we can either do this now or we will do this later. But at this point, we are taking, the housing authority is trying to take participation in this voluntary RAD conversion offered by HUD at this point. The housing authority in 2019, as part of this process, did select a private developer to work with. They sought a developer that had a great track record for working with communities like Salina, as well as having experience with RAD conversion projects. BGC Advantage has developed 35 partnerships with nonprofit organizations and public housing authorities and has assisted over 60 public housing authorities with RAD conversions. There are several positive impacts that this program will have on Salina, and I'm not going to steal the thunder as they go through their presentation because I think it's best outlined in there. But in particular, what this is going to start to outline is how the housing authority is proposing to really update our current housing stock and why this model is critical to doing that. As a part of their application to HUD to begin this process, HUD is requesting a letter of support from the local municipality. Therefore, Salina Housing Authority has brought this in front of the City Commission today, asking that they adopt or approve, I should say, Resolution 20-7922, specifically supporting and giving the mayor authorization to sign that letter of support. If another option for commission action would be to approve Resolution 20-7922 with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate, or lastly, to postpone consideration of this resolution to a specified date and time and provide staff and the Housing Authority additional direction on how you could see this changing for further consideration. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we can move on to the presentation. Holly, will you be starting that?
I think Phil and I are going to tag team it. Can you unmute both of our, yeah. And I don't see it up on the screen yet. Or you're controlling that, correct?
Jacob, if you could, thank you.
Boy, everybody likes Jacob.
He's got a lot of power.
Yeah.
He can hit mute when he doesn't like what he's hearing. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate it. I also see that we have a board member on the line as well tonight. I recognize her picture. So if you'll go through the next one to the next slide and we'll get started. So again, I think Lauren did a phenomenal job of kind of outlining the overview for our proposal tonight, which is really we need a letter of support. That's all we're asking for. Tonight, as we come forward, we're not asking for monetary support. We're not asking for, donation. We really just need your support to be able to move forward. There are a couple of different aspects of this transition from public housing to affordable housing. And so the letter that we're asking for tonight supports both the RAD and the Section 18 proposals. But HUD does require, if you're going to make application to the Special Application Center, that we get city support. So I do want to focus on, and I know Mr. Nix is there. He is the new executive director. We're so very happy to have him, such an experienced and seasoned executive director coming to continue the march forward with the development. I do want to make mention that this entire development does fit within the Live Salina plan, as well as with any of the other plans. Like, you also have a Parks and Recreation plan, which, you know, certainly we want children and families to be able to participate in. All right, next. I'm going to let Mr. Nix, do you want to talk a little bit about the Housing Authority? I know Lauren covered some of it, but do you want to talk about the next couple of slides?
Sure. As Lauren had said, the Housing Authority was established in 1967, was governed by a 5-member board. I would like to highlight, I have been across the country and managed several housing authorities across the country, and the thing of HUD funding becoming more and more short as the years go by has become a problem for housing authorities, and housing authorities have had to start thinking outside the box of how they're going to manage their properties and keep their portfolio up to date. One particular detail that I would like to bring to your attention is that HUD's funding currently for rehabilitating their housing stock is currently about $1,000 per unit per year. The need is a lot greater than $1,000 per unit per year. Matter of fact, most housing authority needs, and I'm not talking about just Salina, I'm talking about across the country, are at right around the threshold of $25,000 to $30,000 per unit, depending on what part of the country and what rehab costs are. That number could go extensively up. So HUD's current funding to take care of its public housing portfolio stock is just not in any way, shape, or form going to be able to maintain the current housing stock. And so HUD decided, like Lauren said, in 2012, we've got to start doing something different than what we've done in the past. And so there's where RAD came into existence, and it put a scare in the complete housing authority industry across the country is how are we going to continue to maintain our units? And so the capital fund money is just not going to get the job done. And so the housing portfolio stock, not just in Salina, but everywhere else in the country, is become more desolate and more desolate across the country. And housing authorities are eventually going to be faced with a regulation by HUD says that you go to RAD. So if housing authorities don't consider now, it's eventually coming. And so the housing authority, especially in Salina, and you have a unique situation here in Salina Housing Authority, and that is that 80% of your portfolio, housing portfolio, public housing stock is scattered all over town. That's not true across the country. You either have a mid-rise, high-rise, or you have a development, 7 or 8 acre development where your housing portfolio is all together. Here in Salina, you've got a single family home here, you've got a duplex over there, and it's scattered from north, south, east, west part of the city, which is a maintenance nightmare. And the housing portfolio stock, just from what I've observed since I've been here since October 12, is in pretty dire situation as far as needs to be completely rehabbed and redone. So the Housing Authority did its due diligence, and RAD is relatively new to most housing authorities. Of course, with any kind of HUD program comes regulations. And so We sought out to find someone who could walk us through this process. And so the Housing Authority has hired BGC, which has extensive experience in this area. And that's about all I have, Holly.
Okay. All right. Will you go, Jacob? Would you mind turning the next slide? The next couple of slides just tell a little bit, I think they recap a little bit about the Housing Authority, the specialty vouchers that the Housing Authority administers. And I will say that the Salina Housing Authority is in a position where HUD continues to call them to offer new vouchers. And that is unusual. There are not always housing authorities that are getting new vouchers and getting called and said, hey, do you want more? But you have a really well-run housing authority. Okay, next slide. Lauren mentioned the security deposit program, the fact that there is a self-sufficiency program. And this is important because this does enable the housing authority to have a catalyst for a home ownership program. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but the housing authority can allow the residents to utilize their Section 8 voucher, their tenant-based voucher, to make mortgage assistance payments. And I do believe that is something that the housing authority wants to work towards in some of the sale of some of their units, as well as in the future, bringing people from rental into housing, into homeownership housing. Okay, next. So I think Mr. Nix did a good job of explaining $1,000 in capital fund and $25,000 to $30,000 in need. There just isn't a balance there. So there is a backlog, not just at Salina, but across the country. And that's really why we're here and why we're asking. Okay, next. So Housing Authority, just so that you know how it is funded, it's funded through capital fund operating and the tenants pay rent. And one thing that public housing doesn't have that the new affordable housing will have are reserves. So public housing model that was established back in 1937 under the Housing Act really did not think about the fact that things were going to go into disrepair and there needed to be some type of savings account or replacement reserve. Affordable housing, whether it's home funds or tax credits or rural development, whatever, there is a requirement to have a replacement reserve. And as HUD allows housing authorities to get out of public housing, they're really fixing that by requiring a replacement reserve. So a lot of times I have political officials, mayors, and folks ask, well, how do we know that it's not going to get back into the same disposition, into the same position where we need these capital funds again? Well, for 20 years, HUD is requiring that money is put aside in the replacement reserve. Okay, next. Okay, next slide. So again, HUD has opened up the door. So because they don't have the funding to keep up with the needs of the public housing, HUD is allowing housing authorities to convert through RAD, Section 18, or even what's called voluntary conversion. And we're actually going to be using a combination of these different programs to convert the housing authority. And you might ask, why are you combining all of these? That sounds really difficult. Well, we're doing that to make sure that we're leveraging the highest amount of subsidy and funding that we can get from HUD under each program. So sometimes dividing and combining them makes a lot more sense. Okay. Next slide. We worked closely with the Housing Authority and community and the residents. We've had also resident meetings and working with the board to really talk about the maintenance, to talk about the operations, to talk about each of the units, what makes sense, how much capital funds have they been having to put in to prop up certain units. And so really it's been very difficult for the Housing Authority to run all over town to manage these different one-off sites, or maybe they have 4 units in one part of the northern part of the city, and then they get a maintenance call and they have, a call that's way in the south part of the city. So it's been very difficult. We are looking to centralize some of the operational, the operational centers, and certainly operate more efficiently. And I think that that would make for better housing, create an anchor to also really spur other revitalization in some of the neighborhoods. Okay, next slide. So again, I think we talked a little bit about the developer. We are developer partners with the Salina Housing Authority, their board, and their nonprofit. We are not doing things in isolation. We work for them, but we are partnering to decide what's the best style, what are the best style of housing, what are the best operationals, what are the best practices that are there, and really what are those opportunities that we can better leverage, and even looking at some of the threats that can threaten some of the success for housing. Okay, next slide. Actually, I think it's a title slide, Jacob. You can keep going. I think we can also just mention about our track record. We've done many Section 18 and many RAD projects, and we've also worked to leverage over 600,000 in development sources for our public partners. That's next slide. Next slide. Just to kind of go over the asset repositioning tools again, these are the 4 different tools that could be used. Section 18, RAD. We are going to now take advantage of what's called the blend, where we'll be using both. And again, we're really trying to leverage the highest amount of subsidy that we can receive from HUD. All right, next. We will be using the federal tax credit. We are actually going to be using tax exempt bonds and 4% credits. And this is an IRS program that allows for private investment in affordable housing. All right, next slide. How does this really create affordable housing? In a traditional structure, you're able to have a lot more debt, and you'll see on the slide on the left-hand side, our rents are so much lower that we're not really able to afford that higher debt that traditional multifamily or marketplace family might have. So the tax credit actually helps provide equity and buy down the pricing that you need, so you can have lower rents, thus lower debt, and the project can work. Okay, next. A lot of people ask, how did the tax credit get into the project? And I'm very visual. I don't know how many of you are, but it helps me to kind of see that process. But essentially, the government is giving either tax exempt bonds to the state, and for the 4%, you have to leverage the tax exempt bonds to be able to access the 4%. And then on the 9%, there's an allocation that is given to the state based on the population. And so the State Housing Finance Agency, the Kansas State Housing Finance Agency, is the entity that actually approves housing credits and for residential developments that meet minimum thresholds and meet their underwriting requirements. These are awarded to a limited partnership. So the Housing Authority will be a participant with us as well as an investor in a limited partnership. And our limited partnership will include a syndicator or an entity that actually goes and gets people who have large tax liabilities, like American Express, Mutual of Omaha, Shell Oil Company. These are all companies that don't necessarily directly invest in our projects, but through these syndication entities invest. Okay, next. I mentioned that there were 2 types of tax credits, both a 9% and a 4%. A 9% is highly competitive, and it typically does not allow for the scattered site developments that we will still have. It will be a little less scattered, but they typically are looking at one project, one site, maybe across the street, but something that's contiguous. Again, the 4% credits will be used with the issuance of tax exempt bonds. Okay, next slide. And ours will also be seeking about 19 million in bonds, and we will apply for tax credits as well as perm debt. We're pretty early in the process, and so we haven't really signed up anyone because we're waiting obviously for city approval before we start, but we will either do cash collateralized bonds with a public offering, or we may look at using a private placement vehicle as well. Next slide. So just to kind of give you a little idea on the organizational chart, a lot of people, you know, are very interested in this. So you can see that the Housing Authority of Salina does have a community development corporation, Salina Community Corporation. This is their nonprofit, and the nonprofit also has Salina Homes GP2. So Salina Homes GP2 and a Salina Homes GP1 are the two entities, BGC's entity and the Salina Housing Authority's entity. We actually will own 0.01%, but we will be the general partner. So we will handle day in and day out operations for 15 years. For 15 years, there will also be a 99.9% limited partner, which will be the investor. Here you see my name. It's only a placeholder. I certainly don't have the proceeds that Shell Oil Company and American Express would be bringing to this project. The Salina Rad Homes will be the borrower and will be the borrower for both the perm debt as well as the bond. And they will be also the recipient of any equity. All right, next slide. We actually are working to expand the availability of affordable housing. I know you have a good real estate market, but it really is difficult for people who are workforce housing or aging, and really people that are at 30% of the area median income to find safe, decent, affordable housing. So that's really important as you move forward on your economic development front. You've got to have the housing for those people who are, I always say, pouring the coffee, or they're in the retail stores, or in some places, they're even the firemen that meet our income qualifications. The Housing Authority also really needs to ensure not just physical stability, but there also needs to be financial stability for their projects moving forward. And they need to know that the developments that they have are there to last. We will be leveraging the private sector. The dollars that are coming from the government are just not there. And so that's really important. And we'll really be changing the model of this rely on the government for assistance, and really instead moving towards rely on the private sector investment in a smart real estate transaction. We will have target anchor developments in neighborhoods. And the Salina Housing Authority, and Mr. Nix can attest to that, this continues to have a wait list and people who have demand for not just affordable housing, but even units that meet ADA requirements. We will have 7% of the units that are dedicated for ADA, and 2 of those % would be for hearing and seeing impaired. All right, next. This is just a little bit just to show that balancing growth with our infill strategy, that we really do conform to your plans, and not only, you know, participating in public process, but also resident meetings as we go along. Okay, next. We do plan to rehabilitate 160 existing properties in the centralized neighborhood. And then we have some housing that is really has some factors like foundations, or they are just so old that they really can't be rehabilitated, or they have some type of gross use of utilities due to the age and the fact that they are not well insulated. So we're calling these properties with limiting factors. We will be selling those. We will also be offering out on the market to sell some other additional units in the north and the south part of the city that really just don't conform to good operations. We also will income target. So we won't just look at providing housing for the 30% AMI. The current residents will certainly be protected, or they will be receiving a voucher. And our income targeting will go from 30% AMI to 60% of the area median income. And really, we're trying to address a mix of affordable units. Okay, next slide. Again, we are in negotiations in acquiring some additional properties. Certainly, we can't really disclose those, but there will be some additional new construction projects that we're looking at bringing. And again, really, we need the board's approval to be able to move forward to even begin our first applications with HUD, just the very first. You know, the first applications with HUD are like a raise your hand and say, hey, we want to put in an application. This is what we're thinking about doing. And then once we get that initial approval for our concept application, then we'll be able to move forward with more of the technical. But it really all starts with the city council and the mayor. We look to leverage over 10 million in private investment, 14 in private debt. We will be using both the Section 8 and RAD programs. And again, we're converting out of an old public housing model into a new model. This is just a little bit on the, can you stay on the numbers for just 1 second? I think people are probably really interested in that. We've got a total sources and uses of $33 million. You're looking at being able to create 550 jobs during construction and 17 post-construction. And again, these dollars are coming from private sector. These are not federal dollars that are coming, necessarily through any conduit manner, and they're not grant dollars from the city either. So again, we believe that we have a very sound project. This is a project that will allow the Housing Authority to move forward and take a step towards redevelopment and preserving that affordable housing that is so needed in the community. All right, next slide. Okay, I think that's, is there more? I think that's it. Oh, this is just a little bit more about the Indian Hills neighborhood, which I think you're probably very familiar. This scattered site development will continue to, have the affordable housing, but there will be a few that were culled out just due to the viability of those individual homes. Okay, next. Okay, this is the last slide. I'm so very sorry. Again, we are asking tonight for your support to support the letter so that we can just put in our application and get started with HUD. HUD will require many reviews of our application and our process. We've had our initial resident meetings, and we will have another resident meeting if the mayor and the city council do approve this tonight and we're able to move forward. We would want to go back to the residents and tell them what was happening and what was going on. So thank you so much. I know this was a long and windy presentation, but obviously the affordable housing in the community is really important to viability and to economic development and growth. So Mr. Nix, I'll turn it back over to you to say any wrap-up items.
I would just like to say I appreciate the city council's involvement, and we really do solicit your support. This is for the benefit of the citizens of Salina, and continuing affordable housing in the community is the reason why the Housing Authority is considering this proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Mayor Hoppick. Do we have questions or comments from the commissioners for Holly or for Phil?
Commissioner Davis, I do. I'm not sure who to direct them to, so I'll just throw them out there. Is the overall plan to more centralize the housing managed by the Salina Housing Authority by ultimately eliminating the individual units? I always thought that was a unique approach to housing because it kept families integrated with regular neighborhoods, as opposed to concentrating people in what on the East Coast would be called projects. What would this the
It's
distribution look like 10 years from now?
It's really a combination of, like the map that we just showed on the Indian Hills area, where you see that there are, it's, parceled out and there's individual neighborhood units. We will continue though. We're only actually really selling 44 units, and two of those buildings of the 44 have 4 units. So the very furthest north and the very furthest south are 2 fourplexes that we're going to sell. And then the other that made up the 44 are really things that are just not so viable. So we're still scattered around. There will be a couple of other anchor projects and developments that will be new construction. I can't really talk too much about them. One is, I can tell you, is a very blighted area that we're interested in and we're in negotiations on. So I think that coming back to get something rezoned in this particular blighted area, that the city would be very happy about.
And the reason I asked Commissioner Davis still, revitalization is not a term that's typically applied when people are discussing moving low-income housing into a neighborhood, unless the neighborhood is in such bad shape. Really, any development would bring it up. But certainly, if you have good housing, you at least have people on the street who can maybe help take care of the place. So now, with the 44 property or the 42, so be 42 left over, are those going to be replaced with single family dwellings, or is the plan to go more towards multifamily building?
No, the 44 that are sold will not be replaced necessarily with single family dwellings. We are still looking at a couple of parcels, and it really depends on what we buy in terms of acreage. So, but I do want to mention this. So when we place new developments, they will have project-based vouchers with them. So when we do that, we still have to go into neighborhoods that have some kind of benefit for our residents. Even when we're taking over a blighted area or buying up something that's a blighted area, there has to be a benefit to our residents, or else you could have a fair housing issue. You can't just place people in an island to themselves out there somewhere. So I wanted to just follow up on that first comment. And again, the 44 units that are single family homes right now are not necessarily going to be replaced with single family homes. There will not be a 1-for-1 replacement of those.
Right. So, I mean, is the general purpose of this program to consolidate housing necessarily?
No. The real purpose of it is to get funding that is secure funding, that's an annual contract basis, instead of not knowing what you're going to get from year to year based on capital funds and operating. It's really about stability. Now, the Salina Housing Authority is suffering. When gas prices go up, a few years ago, they really had a strain on their budget because their maintenance trucks were going all over the city. So the consolidation issue is a concern. It is an operational concern of the Salina Housing Authority. It's not necessarily a concern for the program. Now, there are some units that we're looking at that have some environmental concerns, and those would be something that would fall under the Section 18 provision when there are environmental concerns. So we do have a few of those that are part of that 44.
All right. And what would the Salina Housing Authority's option be if this program either didn't exist or wasn't utilized?
Well, I think
maintaining these scattered properties.
Can you ask that one more time, please?
Yeah, as far as maintaining their current scattering of properties, does Salina Housing Authority have a viable plan B if this program is not utilized?
I think that one is probably better answered by Mr. Nix or one of the board members that's on the call. I can speak only generally to the fact that their funding is dwindling, and it is getting harder and harder for housing authorities to afford operationally just the basics, the insurance, the maintenance. A lot of housing authorities are starting to lose their units because they're not up to par for the inspections that HUD does. And so we're losing like 10,000 units a year in public housing because they just can't keep up. But I think Mr. Nix would be better to speak specifically about the Salina Housing Authority's position.
And I would answer that not just for Salina, for across the country, as housing authorities have been faced with this shortage of funding for years. We would continue to maintain under what we currently have, the funding we have to maintain those properties. But eventually we're going to get to a point to where we cannot maintain the viability of the unit simply because there are in such capital needs, such as right now, there's a lot of our units that has foundation issues as we speak. And outside of completely tearing down and rebuilding that unit, it gets hard to keep them in repair without money to do so. And this is a situation that every housing authority in the country is facing and has faced for years. But as that funding from the federal government continues to dwindle year by year, then housing authorities are going to have to determine how we either maintain stock or we eventually just quit letting anyone live in those units that are dilapidated and just maintain the units that we can keep current. And we're basically just some of the units in our portfolio, we're just meeting the very basics of making it a safe, affordable housing unit. As far as keep it updated and keeping a viable unit in competition with new housing developments in the community, there is none. If I were to take you around to visit all of our current public housing units, you would see that we have nicer units, and then our older units are just barely maintained, and it's hard for people to decide that they want to live in that unit. So to answer that question in a broad sense, housing authorities don't know what they're going to do in years. And so this is the reason why HUD came up with the RAD and the situation where we possibly might have an option to keep being able to offer affordable housing in our communities.
And Mr. Davis, I do want to add this. This is a negative. I hate to say this, but I have seen this happen. So HUD will take care of the resident, meaning they'll give them a voucher, but they will not necessarily take care of the units. I'm working in a community right now where the units are just boarded up. The mayor is pulling, his hair out, but they're boarded up units. HUD decided to give, vouchers, and the units are just sitting there because there's not a plan and not money. So, I mean, that doesn't happen all the time, but I have seen HUD starting to move to, they consider issuing a voucher a manner of taking care of the resident. And if you don't have enough places in your community for those folks to take their voucher that would meet HQS, then you have another problem. You've got the boarded up unit, and then you need something that meets HQS. So.
And just one last question. When those properties are being rehabbed, do you already have housing available for the people who would be displaced?
So we don't. That's a great question, but we use what's called a temporary relocation plan. So before we, usually it's around 6 months out, and it depends on what the attrition rate is at the housing authority, that we'll start accumulating some vacancies in units so that we can move people within the developments. And, they don't have to go to a hotel or, something of that nature, unless there's somebody that has some specific need, but we will work with them. And it's only temporary relocation, except for the units that are being sold. And those people will be offered a voucher or the first right to return, and all of their expenses are paid by the project. So relocation is, for temporary relocation, we pay for it, and for permanent relocation, we follow the Uniform Relocation Act.
All right, thank you.
Sure, good questions.
Hey, other commissioners?
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Hodges here. I have a few questions. And again, I'm not sure who to direct them to. I wanted to follow up on Dr. Davis's questions regarding the centralization and consolidation of units. And Dr. Davis had asked about what that would look like in 10 years. And you'd replied that you'd be getting rid of units at the extreme and each end of the city. So are you looking at specific streets that you want to have the developments bounded by? I mean, what does that look like? Where are the units going to be located in the next 10 years?
Sure. So 44 of the current units, which include throughout the central city, are either, and they're being sold either because they just really, it's not worth putting money.
I understand about the deaccession of the units and how you've chosen to deaccession them. I'm looking at when you're talking about consolidation, what are the boundaries of that consolidation?
The city limits.
But in terms of the plan to centralize the units locations, what are the preferred boundaries of that?
Well, we don't really have specific boundaries. We have a mass a mass of single family around the Indian Hills neighborhood. We have these half a dozen units that, one is a fourplex in the north part of the city, and one is a fourplex in the south part of the city. They're almost to agrarian in the south part of the city. Those are really what we're getting rid of. But there's not a boundary per se. And so when we're building new, we are looking at developments and communities. We are not doing the onesies and twosies that are there on certain streets anymore. We will be doing, a resident community center and homes around it so that we can better provide services to the residents. But there are no specific magic boundaries. We are looking at some parcels for the new construction. But, again, we're replacing, more than the 44 units, but there's not a specific, really, there's no magical boundary. Yes.
Holly, I think maybe if I'm understanding what Commissioner Hodges is asking, I think when this got discussed earlier, one of the ways that Tina had kind of explained it to me is it's not even just one single location, it's even just a general area of town. Because right now the units run all over the place, that even if they could get, if you had a couple acres here to do a project, a couple acres here, but if the drive time is only 5 minutes of even just consolidating to a general overall area, that would be helpful to the housing authority versus a singular location where they were putting a concentrated number of units. Like Commissioner Davis mentioned a project. I don't think in Salina what we're saying is a high rise of any sort. We have some rural communities in Kansas to have kind of one apartment tower, but I think what the housing authority has been looking at is more spread out number of units, some more concentrations in overall neighborhoods. Is that true, Holly?
Yes, that is true. Thank you for helping me. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hodges. So a great example of this, and I can talk about this one because it's done. The Ashby house was purchased, It is, you know, a few units, but they are close enough to some of the others that it makes sense. They were in disrepair and needed to be repaired. And so those are a few of the units that would be used to replace the, you know, to replace some of those 44 that were, again, scattered or not. So that's a good example of how we've, how we're addressing replacement housing, but we will have some new construction as well. And obviously with that new construction, it is a possibility that we'll have to come back and ask for zoning of anything of that nature. Does that help?
And
sorry.
Commissioner Hodges here. I feel stupid identifying myself again, but that's what we're supposed to do. Thank you, Ms. Driscoll, too, for jumping in there, and thank you, Holly, as well. I guess it boils down to what role does the city commission, does the governing body play in terms of, I'm sure that we all have different points of view on, you know, whether housing is more concentrated or more spread out. But in terms of being a part of that conversation, it's kind of a policy decision. What is the commission's role, if any, in that conversation?
Well, your attorney may want to address that. And of course, you actually appoint board members to serve on the Housing Authority Board. So through your board members, they're you know, month to month and looking at policies and looking at really financial viability, and really they're the ones who are setting policy for what's best for, in their opinion, you know, what's best for their mission, which is to provide affordable housing. It's not just public housing. It is, you know, right, their mission to provide affordable. So, but I mean, I really think that's probably right. That might be something your attorney would better answer than me.
Thank you. Mr. Benson, I don't know if you want to weigh in or not on that.
Greg Benson, legal counsel. I'll be happy to briefly. The introductory information in the blue sheet was intended to be helpful for commissioners in terms of the relationship between the two entities. And if I can't claim to be a student of housing authorities across the state, but it would seem as though that relationship has worked well over time, even to the point that the Housing Authority has conducted a successful program largely independently of any direct involvement by the city, other than most recently that cooperative effort in terms of the titling of all of those units in anticipation of this type of program. To your point, the City Commission is still the delegating authority. Delegated authorities can be modified over time, and whatever degree of input in that delegation that the governing body might wish to make, I think is within the governing body's purview. It is a matter of communicating that in a way that presumably would allow the continued cooperative effort that has been the basis for the current successes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodges here. Thank you, Mr. Bankston. And I do have a follow-up question I think that would be best specifically addressed by you. I got this question from a citizen, and I'm just going to go ahead and read their message to me. They say, my concern is that there should be no commissioner that is associated with real estate be able to benefit from the selling of the homes the Housing Authority needs to sell to move forward with this project. Is that how do our individual roles on the commission. I mean, is that a reasonable request? Is that just, if you could just address if that's something that's even addressable?
Well, I think it is and I think state law takes care of that matter for us,
Okay.
in that this is a broad-reaching general policy question for the governing body. Now, when it comes down to the implementation of that, I think we're down to the question or the analysis under the city's ethics policy, which, as you know, mirrors state law, as to whether there are any substantial interests held by an individual city commissioner, or whether there are any circumstances that elevate to a common law conflict of interest with regard to any specific commissioners. So I think that's the provision that law currently provides to address those scenarios as they might develop. And I think that would be the case for board members on the housing authority as well. Those same principles would apply.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bankston. Commissioner Hodges, I'm sorry, I just have one more question regarding the Centennial Indian Hills neighborhood. I think this is probably a question for Mr. Scragg. Is the highlighted property on that particular slide, is that city property or is that privately owned?
Yeah, my recollection of that slide is that was highlighting Centennial Park, city property.
Okay.
Well, we're not purchasing Centennial. I think that was part of services and something that was remaining when we thought that there was an opportunity for it, but we're not planning on doing anything with Centennial Park.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
Sorry.
Well, there was a pretty vigorous community discussion about Centennial Park, and I wasn't sure if the highlighted slide meant that there was still development proceeding in Centennial Park.
No, but we do like the community center there. I mean, there's a lot of activity, so it's good for the neighborhood. But no, sorry, I see what you're talking about. It's confusing. We'll make a change on that before we present again. Thank you.
That's all I have.
This is Mayor Hoppick. That may have come out of the housing study that was done originally, Holly.
Maybe so, but I can see where that could be confusing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So this is Mike Scragg, and I'll offer up one clarification, and Holly or Mr. Bankston can correct me, but the Housing Authority has a broad delegation of authority on our behalf. And so, with respect to geographic locations and property transactions, those would all be done independently by the Housing Authority. They would not come back to the City Commission for ratification.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as it's currently structured. So, the decision before us today is the letter of support. The remainder of those decisions would not be returning to the City Commission for action.
Mayor Hoppiger, I did have one question, and looking at the worksheets, there did appear that there would be some bonding, and I believe, I don't remember if I wrote it down right, approximately $19 million. Who's responsible for guaranteeing that debt?
We are, as the developer. The Housing Authority doesn't have non-federal funds. So we're actually responsible for doing the guarantee both in the short interim during construction. And if we don't do a short-term cash collateralized, we opt to go with a long-term drawdown, we'll be responsible for out the life of the loan.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick here again. Okay, I guess my question was because of our working relationship with the Housing Authority, the city does not bond that, then that's correct.
That is correct. We're using bonding from the state allocation, and you're not responsible for, it's a housing, and we're responsible. We have to provide the guarantees and letter of intent, those kind of things.
Well, this Mayor Hoppick, I can speak for being a part of the industry. We are short on housing. And when I say we're short on housing, we're short on clean, safe housing too. So I do appreciate the housing authorities stepping up and trying to improve some of these properties. So thank you very much.
Mayor, one more question.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis. You know, we hear a lot of terms: low-income housing, workforce housing, income qualified housing. How do you manage the stigma associated with low-income housing, particularly if it's going to be new into a neighborhood? My sense is that there's a economic need to consolidate some of the housing just for property management. But I want to know how do you do that without setting up property people? Oh, that's just the low housing. Don't worry about that. Or
Yes.
How do you place it so that people can take advantage of nice parks and recreational facilities?
Dr. Davis, and I apologize for not recognizing that before. It's a great question, and it's actually something that all affordable housing developers have to deal with. It's not new. It won't be new to Salina. Anytime that we're looking at doing a new development, a lot of times we're kind of doing we call them knock and talks to get a feel with the surrounding neighbors or business owners or whomever it might be, to kind of get a feel or a sense. We will also look to see if we can figure out if there are, how do I want to say it? If there are, for example, sometimes there are out-of-state owners of property, especially rental property, or it might be air property. So we kind of try to get a feel for who is it? Are they really there? Is it, to kind of get a feel. But there is such a thing as NIMBYism, and people do it. And I think that our product also is really nice. We deliver affordable housing, but we have a very nice product, whether it's new construction or rehab. We won't do a deal if we just can't make something work and make it better than when we were there to begin with. So we do have to show some of our products sometimes, especially if we're having to go through a planning and zoning meeting. Those are difficult. If there is something that we purchase that is not properly zoned, we would have to come back to you and answer your questions and, Mrs. Hodges' questions and all of those others about those. But that's I don't have a crystal ball, but we experience that wherever we go. And even when I'm doing we do workforce housing, which is, sometimes you call it market rate. Sometimes it's just below market rate. Some people don't want that in their neighborhood. So it really just depends on the parcel and the site. And we also do a rebranding. Now, the Salina Housing Authority has so much scattered stuff that you probably don't know it all, from one to the other. But when we're working on, like for the Ashby House, we wouldn't call it the Ashby House. It'll have another name. It won't be called the same thing. So we will rebrand when we're going through part of the, renovation process. So it's a great question. I'm not so sure I really was able to answer, but NIMBYism is a live issue. And no matter whether it's, a Walmart or, we had a crazy Costco kind of situation in my community. People come out and either they support or they don't support. We try to mitigate it to the extent we can.
Well, I'm just encouraged by the fact that you are aware of it and sensitive to it. And thank you for clearing up the issue about Centennial Park, because if you want to keep a neighborhood strong and vibrant, give it a great park. Something.
Yes.
You have
a lot of great parks in town too. I can say, I think you're a very smart community when it comes to your planning and what you've thought through. It's very nice, very livable.
I'll play that last statement back some Monday evening at about 8 o'clock when we can't come to grips with our planning. Remember what she said, Holly? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mayor Hoppick here. Commissioner Franz or Commissioner Ryan, do you have any questions or comments?
None here.
Commissioner Franz, I do have some elementary questions, I think, and as I understand it, this whole process applies to the 162 public housing units that the authority manages now. It does not affect the voucher program or anything like that. It's just the units that they own and rent. And in the case of those units, what happens is someone rents the unit, they pay rent for the unit at some level that is then subsidized at some level, depending on their income from the federal government. And that is what you call your operating budget, those two items. You get a pittance, and I would agree $1,000 a year per unit is pretty much of a pittance, especially on an older structure. Now, as I understand from what I've heard, is that operating flow from rentals and from the federal supplement are barely sufficient to meet operating needs. In other words, if in fact driving the car around town to take care of facilities at remote locations drives the gasoline bill up enough to stretch the budget, you're pretty limited. Now, if I look at, and it's the private investment page on the presentation, you know, there's a $33 million project there. The 10 million some odd dollars that is described as equity, I presume, is the tax credits. That's the tax credit portion, and that's a great idea to use that. My concern is, as Mayor Hoppick mentioned, the approximately $19 million in debt. If you are already strapped based on your rentals to pay your bare operating expenses, where does the money come from to repay the debt?
Sure. So you've touched on a couple of items. So let me work backwards. So the money to come back to pay the debt actually comes from the tax credit equity. So that's one portion. Remember the slide where I showed the two little houses in red and gold, and it said tax credit equity, and it drives the debt down so that when your debt is less, you don't have to have as high of rents to pay it. So that's one thing.
Okay.
And the second thing is we're actually, go ahead.
I was about to say, I understand that part, but even counting the tax credit added tax credits as a source, you're still left with $19 million of debt.
We have we have $14 million that will be left in debt after our tax credit source and our sales proceeds.
Plus the $4,840,000, I presume, is debt. The seller note.
The seller note is actually the housing authority's note. And so it's paid back after cash flow. So it's not a hard debt. So we're actually only making payments on the seller note as there is cash available. It is a real note. It will carry an interest rate. It will help drive yield for the investor, but it is not have a debt coverage ratio like the first mortgage.
There's not a payment schedule on it.
Well, there is a payment schedule on it, but it is only based on available cash flow.
Okay.
And that is, are you a banker?
No.
No? Okay. Well, you're very intelligent and able to pick that out. So these kind of seller take back notes only really work with housing authorities as well as nonprofits who owe no debt or very little debt. And the reason that it's a sales note and we want the sale price to be high is because we're able to get acquisition credits for the tax credit program. So it drives our private investment up. And it's not, we call it soft debt. We don't call it hard debt. We call it soft debt. So that's one thing. You also said one other thing I need to correct. You said, so essentially it really doesn't change the public housing or the voucher program. You've got all of that correct. I do just want to point out that the subsidy will go away from the public housing, and the housing authority will be assigned new vouchers, additional vouchers above what they have now. And so the other thing is we'll get more from the Section 18 vouchers than the housing authority is currently getting in that capital fund and operating fund. So that also changes the cash flow for this project. So I think that may also answer your question.
So you will be getting vouchers in addition to the Section 8 vouchers you currently receive.
The housing authority will get replacement vouchers, and they will be added to. So they don't take away from the tenant-based vouchers that are
Right.
out on the street. They'll be added to, and they'll be project-based to these developments.
So that's what you mean by project-based vouchers. And that was one of the many terms that I am utterly confused about. I get the basic concept, but it was difficult for me to see that cash flow, and I'm still not sure that I see it actually, but let's go on.
So two vouchers. There's a tenant-based voucher where people take their voucher and walk, and then there's a project-based voucher, and we call it a sticky voucher. It sticks to the site or to the unit.
Mayor Hoppick here. Commissioner Franz, I guess I'm going to ask you a question because of the questions you were asking. Again, with us not being required to guarantee that debt, or is your concern what the rents would be on that? Is that what the questions you're asking about servicing the debt, I guess?
Well, I understand it's not our debt, and that we're not going to be held responsible as a community for that debt. But I would still hate to see us go down the road and have a default in the community on this sort of project. I mean, that's just not a good thing for us, I don't think. And I just wanted to understand how that payback was structured.
Mayor?
With that, yes.
Greg Binkson, legal counsel. I had a couple of questions for Ms. Knight that have been touched upon by both you and Commissioner Franz. I didn't know exactly the best time to ask those. So whether it be before or after any public comment or whenever you wish, I'm happy just to wait until whatever you think is the best time.
Why don't you go ahead and ask your questions, and then we'll open it up for public comments.
Ms. Knight, my questions do have a little bit more as to the debt structure, and not so much, I can't claim to be a financial analyst, but from the legal standpoint of considerations for the city. And I don't know if Mr. Wood can pull it back up, but my questions related primarily to the organizational chart of the various entities involved. If that, I hope this is helpful for commissioners. That's in that initial set of PowerPoints.
What is your question?
Okay. If we start from the bottom, am I correct that Salina Rad Homes LP, which I assume is a limited partnership, that's where the primary development, that's the single purpose entity with the primary development activity?
It is. They are the borrower, and they're also the recipient of the equity.
Okay. As some may or may not know, in a limited partnership structure, the limited partner has no financial obligation. The general partner holds the financial obligation. As we work our way up the chart, We know that the 99.9% interest is the limited partner, who would have no responsibility for the debt. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
So as we look to the 0.01% entity, the general partner identified as Salina GP, I assume that's for general partner,
That's correct.
LLC. Is that where the debt obligation stops?
So we actually, on the BGC side, sign as the corporate guarantor and personal guarantors for the projects. The
Okay.
Salina Community Corporation and the Housing Authority of the City of Salina, they have no liquidity, no balance sheet that's non-federal dollars to actually be able to make guarantees. Now, if they over time are able to do more developments, are able to do more grant programs, maybe they will be able to earn more non-federal funds or non-restricted funds. So hopefully over time, they'll be able to provide their own guarantees, but at this point in time, they can't. So BGC has the burden. That's one of the reasons that housing authorities bring in private developers to partner with them, because they don't have those resources.
Okay, appreciate that. If we look to the line of Salina Homes GP2 and Salina Homes GP1, any debt responsibility at that level?
Well, the debt responsibility is the borrower is the LP. So it does not flow into the responsibility for the guarantees. If something were to go wrong, who has to come out of pocket starts with the Salina GP Homes, but essentially we're guaranteeing it corporately with BGC Advantage and then secondary personal guarantees on the BGC Advantage side, not on the Salina Community Corporation, and not the Housing Authority of the City of Salina. And the Salina Homes GP2 has no cash either. They don't provide guarantees.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. As you
Sure.
can imagine, that's my concern, particularly as it
Sure.
would relate to the city and also the housing authority from the standpoint, as I believe you're aware, that is one of the delegated authorities that the city has not delegated, and that is the power to borrow. The housing authority does not have the power to borrow.
And they're not borrowing here. And I believe we provided the city with an opinion, an attorney's opinion from Orlando Cabrera. And they're not the borrower here. Again, the borrower is the Salina Rad Homes. And so they're also not able to provide guarantees. So they're really, if there is an event and the events on the tax credit side, the foreclosure events are like 0.0004% default. Because usually the private investor would step in before a default would happen. But again, if something were to happen, they do not have payback responsibility. The BGC side actually does.
Okay, appreciate that.
Sure, no problem.
The discussion about the seller note. I appreciate Commissioner Franz's question. Is there an element of debt for the housing authority related to that aspect?
Well, the element of debt would be the project owes the housing authority. The housing authority is not borrowing. The housing authority in a seller take back note, they're selling and they're lending. No borrowing.
Okay, appreciate that. Am I correct then also, as we look at the uses on the private investment chart, that there would not be any basis for an independent obligation of either the city or the housing authority for those uses, any of those uses.
Not from the city. There are, no, not from the city. For uses or for sources? There's no obligation for the uses, obviously. We're not paying you except for I take that back. You said for the uses, we would be paying the city for permits. That's part of our soft cost. You said obligation to the city for uses?
Well, my concern was whether they're in the overall package. I understand that the sources are intended to cover the uses. Is there any scenario in which, if there is a shortfall in the sources, that there would still be any basis or any expectation that the city or the housing authority be ultimately responsible for those costs associated with the uses?
Responsible for the cost, not necessarily if the project has closed. Nothing from the city. No responsibility, nothing. I think the opinion letter also outlined that. But HUD would allow for public money into the project. They have PHA sales proceeds that will be derived from the sale of the 44 units, and HUD allows those dollars to come back into the project. HUD allows the housing authority to utilize, if they were to get a security grant, they could put that towards the project, things of that nature, but nothing after closing, and no responsibility of the cities. Am I answering your question correctly? I mean, did that answer your question? Okay.
You are, and I had anticipated and hoped that would be the answer. I just wanted to make sure for the benefit of the governing body that we talked about that.
Right. And understand that HUD has to approve this. They're the #1 group, we have to get approval from. Not to mention, it would also be underwritten by the Housing Finance Agency, as well as the lender, as well as if we do a public offering, that bond underwriter. So, and the equity investors. So there will be a lot of eyes underwriting this project as we move forward. But again, no responsibility of the city. Unless you guys have some money that you'd like to put towards the project, we would certainly entertain that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can find a use.
If I may, one quick question, just again, back to the organizational chart, is what is identified there as the Salina Community Corporation, is that the already created Salina Housing Services Corporation? Are those one and the same, or are they different?
I actually don't know the answer to that. Phil, I can't remember if that, maybe Ms. Trigg, do you know if that, I just don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if they have just one nonprofit or if they had two.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting that it matters so much. I just knew that there were some properties being titled in the name of the Salina Housing Services Corporation, and I didn't know if it was this entity. So
yeah, I'm not so sure that it is. Remember that the Housing Authority was partnering with the Chodo, so I'm sorry, I'm not quite as familiar with all those transactions, but I know that there was some, Mr. Nix reminded me about the Seneca project, and there was some partnerships that were developed. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure, that may be something different.
No, there has not been a partnership agreement between the Housing Authority or Chodo. The agreement, from what I understand, of course, I was not here, was that the Housing Authority would purchase the Seneca properties for the Chodo, so as the Chodo could purchase those properties and use for either redevelopment or home. That, to my knowledge, is the only agreement that's been between the Housing Authority or Chodo. And that is not a formal legal agreement. That was just a verbal agreement that the Housing Authority has done it, and that was as a favor to the children. And to my knowledge, that is the only agreement that's been made. Salina Housing Services is the only nonprofit that has been established.
I knew it was the Ashby properties, I believe, that were titled in that entity.
Yes.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Okay, with that, we will open it up to public comment. Again, if somebody would like to comment, I believe it's been explained how you can raise your hand. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and please give us your name and where you're from. So, Mr. Wood, I will look to you. See if anyone's raising their hand.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any raised hand. Oh, we do have one. Eric Brown here. I will give you access to speak.
Okay.
Eric, you should have the ability to speak now. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, Mayor, thank you. My name is Eric Brown. I am president of the Chamber of Commerce and also have been on the Salina Housing Authority Board and served in the chair role for 2 years. I've been on that board for 4 years now. Part of the reason I became interested in the Housing Authority Board is because I knew that there are housing issues and housing challenges in the city of Salina. And I think that understanding where we are right now today, as I've had at least, and I think Mr. Scragg and others can attest to this, that you've heard as well, we've had at least 3 different unique housing developers looking at Salina. BGC was chosen by our organization to move us forward 2 years ago now with this request into the city. I would really look for support. We can actually move forward on housing stock, rehabilitating the housing stock. We've heard a lot about consolidation and condensing. I think rehabilitation of what we have to provide a better housing product to this population, which I know the City Commission is very interested in this population, making sure they're safe and secure, would go a lot way. The development side is a side that we want to look at, that we think we can do, and we know we can do. But at this point, the real emphasis, I think, is rehabilitating what we have and putting it in a good place for our residents for a long term. So I would just humbly ask that the City Commission approve our request for support of this letter. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor Hoppick here. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comments, and thank you for your time on that board also. Mr. Wood, do we have anyone else?
I don't see any other raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Hodges here. I move that we approve resolution number 20-79, approving a support letter for the Salina Housing Authority's participation in the Department of Housing and Urban Development Section 18 and RAD conversion programs.
Carl Ryan here. I'll second.
Mayor Hoppick here. We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7922. I will ask Holly to do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 5-0. And did I call you Holly instead of Shandy? I apologize. We have Holly, who's our works for our city manager. So,
Well, it's
so, okay. I would like to thank all participants for your time and wish everyone the best of luck. Thank you. Okay, that will move us to item 7.3. Candy, are you there?
Oh, I was muted. Here we go. Item 7.3, authorize the purchase of several items to be maintained, stored, and utilized by the Salina Police Department.
Okay, I believe Chief Nelson is with us. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. We good?
There, we got you.
I can hear you.
I am Brad Nelson, Chief of Police. Good afternoon, Mayor Hoppick and fellow commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to present this proposal to you today. In July of 2016, by resolution, our SPD Excellence Fund Board was established under the auspices of the Greater Salina Community Foundation. This resolution required prior approval by this board to purchase assets to be utilized by our department. These board members have been extremely successful over the past 3.5 years in raising funds for our department. As you may recall, this board recently raised the funds to purchase the $207,000 judgment simulator for our Salina Regional Training Center. I believe the citizens of our community who are on this board deserve recognition, and they are as follows. The board president is Byron Norris, Sarah George, Lucy Larson, Mike Marshall, Darren Newshafer, Carolyn Peterson, Joel Weimer, and Emeritus Board Member Darrell Wilson. Thank you for your service. Today, I'm requesting approval to make several purchases in the future that, as described in the 2016 resolution, will enhance the capacity of the Salina Police Department to provide the highest level of quality law enforcement services for the Salina community. As a result of a grant submitted to the Wilson Family Trust, the SPD Excellence Fund was awarded $51,500 in October of this year. The board members met and voted unanimously to fund, if approved, the construction of a picnic shelter at our regional training center and to purchase training mats, enclosed cargo trailer, and a utility terrain vehicle, also known as a UTV. I provided what I felt was justification for each item in my blue sheet, and I hope you agree. I am requesting permission to commence construction of the picnic shelter and purchase each described item in the future once the best available pricing is determined. The fiscal impact of if these items are obtained is future maintenance of the UTV and the shelter at some point. I don't believe that was on the blue sheet. My apologies. My apologies for that, but possible future maintenance of the shelter and licensing fees for the trailer. In regards to recommended action, staff has identified the following alternatives for your consideration. Approve the construction of the picnic shelter and to purchase the training mats, enclosed cargo trailer, and UTV to be paid in full by the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund. Option number 2 is to decline the construction of the picnic shelter and to purchase the training mats, enclosed cargo trailer, and UTV, and direct staff to consider other needs of the department. Staff recommends option number 1, and I'm certainly happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick here. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments for Chief Nelson?
Commissioner David, it's just a minor one. Knowing you, you've probably come up with the answer already. But I'm assuming the maintenance on this will be relatively low over the course of the year for the 2 vehicles. But your budget be able to handle that?
Absolutely. Yes, it's really minimal, especially as in the first 3 to 5 years, it'd be minimal.
Right.
I do have a concern about the picnic shelter. We've spent and it has to do with the location. We've spent a good part of this year talking about how we need to work to improve connections with the community and community engagement and how that's important for the department. We're later today taking an action or taking a step in what we hope is the right direction for that. We're not alone. You can read about this across the country. I've got to ask the question, if we really believe that building a facility inside of a secure, fenced, electronically gated property at the edge of the community really sends a message that advances any of those objectives? Or does it send a message of separation and estrangement from the community? I would rather us take those resources, given the approval of the granting agency, of course, and use that to expand or enhance one of the shelters at Jerry Ivy Park to be used for this purpose, and perhaps give the department primacy as far as scheduling. Maybe they get a block of time every year, some method of doing that. I would also suggest that in conjunction with that, we could name the shelter, maybe do something else to recognize John Riley Stonebreaker, who was our first officer that was killed in the line of duty in 1917. That location is very visible. It's in a residential neighborhood. It's across from the high school, from South High School. I'm not asking the police to invite the larger Salina community to their events, but I do believe that upgrading an existing park structure in a high traffic location like that in a public park provides the department a great opportunity to improve the visibility and strengthen trust. We can do with it what you will, but that part of this request does concern me.
Commissioner Davis, question, is this like a canvas topped large, almost like what you'd put up, on a portable basis if you were having a festival in town, or is this like a brick in shelter?
It's a permanent structure similar to what you find in Jerry Ivy Memorial Park with, I would assume, built out of wood with a steel roof, but not enclosed.
Okay.
And if I could address Commissioner Francis' concern, I understand that, but the whole purpose of this was for police officers and their family to not live their life in a fishbowl, which is what police officers do on a daily basis. They actually like occasionally not being in the public's eye. And we have held events at the Jerry Ivy Memorial Park, and they went really well. But police officers, being police officers, at times would like to be in their own area, and that's how this came about. This wasn't an idea that I came up with. This came from below, so they could have a location where we could have, and I say family, but could have events within the department where the department would go to the training center. We've had many events where we barbecued. We cook. I love to cook hot dogs and hamburgers and such. We've done that in parks. We've done that in our own station, in the garage, the area. But the whole purpose was kind of probably to not be in that fishbowl. So I would respectfully disagree with that as far as what the purpose was for the actual shelter.
Okay, other questions or comments?
I guess just to follow Commissioner Hodges here. Sorry, I keep forgetting to identify myself. I don't have an issue with putting out a shelter at the training facility, but I think that perhaps if being truly honest about the use, it is for the officers, for their family, and that's fine. I agree that it would be nice to have an outdoor location for officers who are taking a break from the training center. But I have to agree with Commissioner France that it's a little disingenuous to promote it as promoting community outreach, because the public's access to that necessarily, it's within the training facilities campus is going to be highly restricted. So I guess, to me, the justification is if the LEOs that are training out at the training center, if this is something that they require, then, it's a good investment, but I don't feel like it can't be both. If you take my meaning, and I guess that's the only comment I would have regarding the request. I just want to thank, as always, the Police Department Excellence Fund and specifically the Wilson Family Trust for their generosity and for providing things for law enforcement that we haven't been able to provide in our budget.
This is Commissioner Davis. I think that last part of your statement, Commissioner Hodges, is the key to this. I mean, this is not something that probably would have made it through our budget just because of lack of money. And if the guys are outside working hard and it's July, it's probably just as easy to go under a picnic shelter to rest. I don't see anything wrong with them having a comfortable place outside of the sun to rest. I mean, none of us are jumping up ready to switch jobs with them. And if they can get a couple of hours a quarter to relax, and they may sit out there and read a book, who knows? But it's not costing us anything. It's far enough away from the main highway. No one's going to drive by and say, why are they having fun? Well, if they did, what's wrong with policemen having fun? And policewomen, excuse me. I don't really have an issue with it.
Yeah, if I could just say, and maybe I was rereading the blue sheet that I wrote, and I'm not quite seeing where it was kind of a co-community thing in the police. This thing it sprang up the idea from the rank and file. They did want their own, I hate to say their own, but they wanted their own location where, once again, it wasn't the fishbowl effect, which is what they do on a daily basis. So they really did, the intention was they wanted to be out there without fear of everybody looking at them, taking pictures, doing whatever people do, because once they know there's a large group of police officers, we're not supposed to have fun. And once they see a large group of police officers gathering, it does tend to get folks' attention. Some folks, not many, but some, and that makes the officers feel uncomfortable. So that's what I was told, how this idea even came to fruition, was because of that feeling, and they wanted to have their own shelter per se.
Mayor Hoppick here. I think if I'm reading this right and maybe interpreting what you're saying versus what Commissioner Franz says, it should read, will be used for events to promote unity, and maybe that should be read within the force. Maybe that was interpreted that it would be unity within the community. So that may be the difference.
Yeah.
And that would have been, that's a fantastic point. I wish I would have put that in there. Yes.
It's always easier to edit than it is to write. Any other comments? If not, I will open it up to the public. Again, if somebody would like to comment, please give your name, where you're from, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Mr. Wood, do we have any hands up?
I don't see any at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Mayor, this is Carl Ryan speaking. I move we approve the construction of the picnic shelter and to purchase the training mats, enclosed cargo trailer, and utility terrain vehicle to be paid in full by the SPDEF.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second. Shandy, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I ask, are any of the shelter houses at Jerry Ivy named, and would they be available for naming if we wanted to recognize Officer Stonebreaker?
To my knowledge, they're not, and that would be a possibility. We can certainly verify that.
So we've got one nice community asset we're going to put out with the new training center. I'd like to hope in the future that it's not so restricted that the police department wouldn't consider having a public promotional gathering out there, and vice versa. Those could also be held then at the regular park facility. So this is kind of a win-win all around. It looks to me like.
I think those are all good ideas. We can certainly pursue them.
Okay, that will lead us to item 7.4.
Item 7.4, second reading ordinance number 20-11046, adopting new Article 4, Chapter 30 of the Salina Code pertaining to the establishment and operation of the Citizen Review Board.
Okay, did any commissioners have any comments or questions following the correction or the changes made to the ordinance from last time?
Yes, Commissioner Davis, my question is probably not exactly about the ordinance, but it does have something to do with a related issue. We have a deadline for citizens to apply to be considered for the Citizens Review Board. And we opened up interest forms even before we had finished description of the board. In fact, we still officially haven't finished describing the board because, you know, the second reading will be slightly different from the first reading. I don't see how we can ask citizens to have tomorrow as a deadline for a commission that we're just now officially creating today. There was originally a January 4th deadline for applications. And instead of pushing it back, which wouldn't hurt anyone, we moved it forward. You know, I was out scrounging around trying to, tell folks who I thought should at least consider looking at it. They said they'd think about it. I said, well, you don't have long to think. And they said, well, what will it be? What will meetings be like? What do we do? And I really couldn't tell them officially because until this meeting tonight is over, we don't have an official description of this commission. The ordinance establishing the review board does not specifically address when we close acceptance of expression of interest forms. So I'll be glad to take that up as a separate matter, either in other business or whenever. But yeah, I think it's somewhat backwards that we've asked people to apply for something that we haven't finished crafting ourselves. And
We put out the, I know we put out the EOIs, the request quite a while back, and I know we've got quite a few, when I say quite a few applications, I'd have to look at Shandy for a number, but it's a significant number of applicants already, I can tell you. And
well, I'm this Commissioner Davis, I'm more worried about the ones that you don't have. Just because we've asked people to apply for something that didn't exist. This would be, like 6 months ago, say, hey, do you want to be first to take the vaccine? What vaccine? What's the side effects? What's it going to do? How many times do I have to take it? Nobody could tell you. And that's pretty much what we've asked people to do for this, to apply for something that we haven't finished.
I think let's bring that up under other business.
All right.
Because we're dealing right now with the actual ordinance, and I believe we can discuss that under other business.
Yeah, I definitely, excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hodges here. If we are going to deal with that under other business, I guess that's fine, but I would like to know, I expressed some concerns when we opened up the expression of interest, because even at that time, we didn't know the qualifications that we were looking for. And in fact, we had to go back and alter our expression of interest form to meet the ordinance that we initially passed. So that's kind of been evolving. And now I guess I would just like to understand. And I think, I don't know, I guess we could discuss it under business, but to me, it seems kind of linked to this because it's like, you know, why did we shorten that expression of interest timeline when I think that we all agreed that we wanted to increase the transparency and the participation in the board. So I'm curious as to why we're closing that up earlier. And I guess that'd be a question for Mr. Scragg or whoever made the decision, because I didn't learn about that until I received a press release on Thursday.
The original EOIs that were sent out, because this was done prior to all the other boards. And when we sent out the request for EOIs for this, I know there wasn't a specific date. And I know that we've been kind of wanting to get this on the move. And I've always had in my mind that this would be done by the end of the year. Was kind of my goal. So,
well, Commissioner Davis, and I'm going to say this tongue in cheek, but I think I can say it and get away with it. You know, we waited 400 years for something like this. An extra month is not going to make a difference. This is not something we need to rush at the end. And we've shortened the application period by 3 weeks, which seems to be a tremendous shortening. When we really don't, I mean, it's at the end of the year, no board's going to meet there over the holidays anyway. And then you get New Year's and you get Martin Luther King. So functionally, and not much business gets conducted for the next month. So I don't see time really working against us. I think just the fact that we've created this, when you consider where the thought came from, that we've created it in 2020, is a fantastic accomplishment in and of itself. I think we need to take time, because not only do we have to select people, we're also going to have the issue of assigning, you know, what type terms people get. I mean, there's a lot to be decided. We don't need to rush this at the very end.
Commissioner Hodges here. And I guess the other thing I'd like to say is that currently we do have a law enforcement advisory board in place. We have a board that's functioning, but right now, when I've gone into the community and reached out to people and told them about this board, I can't tell them when they meet. Now that we've got the ordinance is established, at least, as of tomorrow, I would be able to share with them parameters for experiences and expectations that we would have of the board, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know. I would agree. And I know that there have been reservations expressed by the public about the fact that potentially I could be mayor next year. I could not be mayor. I mean, that's a governing body's decision. And that we've had citizens express their reservations about my ability, to appoint. I mean, if we need to do something that's more collaborative on the formation of this board, whatever is going to result in our getting the most diverse, transparent, proactive board that we can get is, I think, what our goal should be. And since we began this process with a couple of community meetings, I got to thinking, I kind of feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves right now because of COVID and because of the Zoom meeting format, and the fact that the risk of COVID is, definitely going to be here with us for the next few months, at least. We don't have another meeting to mark the end of that process. And now that we have an outline in shape, I think it's incumbent upon us to have a final public meeting where we roll this out and say, this is what we passed on first reading. This is what the organization looks like, and really be able to solicit more, not more, but to solicit public input that's actually based on what we're going to do. Because it's very difficult for people to participate via Zoom. I mean, it is what it is. So, I mean, I guess my preference would be that we actually postpone the second reading for a designated time to see if these aren't some things that we could address. And that may not appeal to anyone else, but I just thought I'd throw that out there, that we take a look at how we can do this the best way, not the fastest way.
So, Mike Scragg here, in response to your question about why we proceeded like we have. I don't know the date of it, but at one point the City Commission voted to instruct staff to proceed with preparation and distribution of the EOIs. And to Commissioner Davis's point, I was slow in doing that. As the characterization of the membership took shape, I tried to incorporate that description into the EOI form in terms of the description of the body, as well as then add a question specific to the CRB with respect to representation of community, the community broadly, and give applicants an opportunity to give any information they felt was helpful in consideration of their application, in recognition of the conversation that had taken place at that point by the City Commission. So, you know, it originally was a City Commission decision, and it still remains a City Commission decision on how you wish to proceed.
Commissioner Davis, you know, even last week, we did not know for sure if you were related in some form or fashion to a law enforcement officer, if you could apply. Now, we got a definition of what a first degree relative was, but you know, a person who may have been in limbo in that regard would not have known until last week, or really not until tonight, because we have the opportunity to change it tonight. So I think we have perhaps not intentionally, but we probably have made some people hesitant to push the button on the application process, just because they didn't know, one, if they were eligible, or two, if it was something they wanted to be part of. So
I would make a comment that the second reading is different than the first reading, only largely in a few semantic changes. There's nothing really substantive there. And the first reading was by and large consistent with the direction that was given staff weeks ago to develop a way forward. So I think it's been plenty of time. There's nothing about having a little bit of uncertainty about a specific detail that should have kept anybody from expressing interest in the issue.
Yeah, Commissioner, I don't usually go back and recall how I voted on something, but you know, that was not a unanimous decision to accept those expressions of interest before we had crafted the document. I know I was strongly against it, and I think Commissioner Hodges was against it. Because we were asking people to apply for something we couldn't define ourselves. And now that tonight this thing would become official. You know, it's nice that we have some expressions on board, but now we can actually show people what this is. And now there's some folks who can decide if they want to be a part of this. And I think to close it off tomorrow will be viewed with more distrust as trying to rush something past and exclude people from applying for it than any other benefit you could have by speeding the process up. I think that this would be very counterproductive to the express purpose of this commission.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Davis, if you're done.
I'm done. Thank you.
Carl Ryan here, Mayor. Certainly this has been an important issue to a lot of people for quite some time, 6 months. The community interest has been out there. And the fact that we may, by this ordinance, have made the qualifications a little stricter has not reduced the interest. Certainly the people have had plenty of time that are interested in this subject to apply. I don't think that if we put in some restrictions that don't fit some people's parameters, that has stopped them or made them wait to see what the parameters are going to be. And number two, I have a lot of respect for you, Mayor Hoppick, for carrying this through and having all the public comment we did and structuring those meetings. I just out of respect for you on this subject, I'd like to see you close it out before the end of the year with the appointments.
Commissioner Davis, again, I don't, there's no, we're not going to close this out for another 50 years. This is just the first of many baby steps in a direction. And I've never known us to suddenly remove 3 weeks notice or time period to apply for, in particular, apply for something new and to apply for something that wasn't even created. I mean, we don't just suddenly say, okay, planning board or zoning board, you only have 72 hours to apply. Only those who are in the know, who, and particularly as slow as news travels now, I mean, extra time is of value. I mean, because news travels slow. Our newspaper's 2 days behind. People aren't necessarily, well, they aren't coming to meetings at all, physically. And while we have 20 people on the screen now, I'm guessing most of the 20 either get a check from the city every 2 weeks, or in the case of the 5 of us, no longer get a check from the city every 2 weeks, but used to. I mean, this is not the ideal. I mean, it's better than nothing. But not everybody, I'm finding out, has access to computers and Zoom in their house. What was the reason actually for because it was printed and announced that it was going to be January 4th. And
originally when we sent, and help me out here, Mr. Scragg, but when we sent the EOIs out, I don't believe we had a deadline on that. I believe that when the notice was sent out on the other boards, this one was added to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. The commission originally directed that EOI requests for EOIs be distributed. We did that. And no deadline was set by the commission as part of that motion, but my understanding was that you wanted to expedite it. So I was trying to sync that up with the guidance I was getting in terms of what the makeup might be, so we could describe that as part of the EOI. And the inclusion of it in that other notice was an error. It was not my intention. It was a miscommunication on the part of staff. So I was trying to coordinate what I thought the commission's original direction was.
Commissioner, I think we wanted to expedite perhaps getting the CRB established. I don't remember voting to move the time forward. Now, and maybe my source is incorrect, but the Salina Post, Salina Scoop, both say the previously posted deadline was January 4th, 2020.
Yeah, that was communicated along with all of the other boards and commissions notice cycle. So it got picked up in that notice unintentionally.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what I've been letting people know, that they had time to think about it over the holidays, but I guess not.
Yeah, well, and there may be people who are away. I mean, who just wanted to see what the finished project was. I just, I'm considering what would happen in the next month. This CRB, it's not going to meet over the holidays. It's not going to meet the first week of January. So we don't really have a compelling reason to shorten the application process by 3 weeks. I mean,
Yeah,
unless you want to make people think that we're up to something, that we're suspicious, we're trying to rush something through before they can figure out what it is.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think the process, there's probably about a month's difference in timing when the board could be constituted from one approach to another.
Right, but I mean, this board has a lot of work to do. One month is not going to make a difference getting it off the ground.
No, I'm just offering that as clarification.
And again, sorry, I didn't mean
Commissioner Franz here. I've always been of the understanding that we wanted to get the board established and filled by the end of the year. That's always been my understanding. I was not aware that a notice went out with the January 4th deadline. That is news to me tonight. So I'm a little conflicted by that at this point.
That it is, Commissioner Franz, this is Mayor Hoppe, and it is confusing because, again, that was never, we had never put actually a deadline on the EOIs.
Correct.
And those have been, I'd have to look back to see when the EOIs, when we put that together and put it out to the public. But the city staff did pick that up, and it did go out on several news sources stating that, that the EOIs were due on the 4th. And then when we did our announcement last week, it looked as if we had moved them up, even though we had never officially had the January date as our date for the EOIs to be due in.
But
again, I ask, where did that press, Commissioner Hodges, where did the press release come from?
Which one?
The one from Thursday that moved the deadline up to Tuesday.
It came from the city manager's office
with direction from myself.
Okay.
We would not move a public hearing up 3 weeks early without, I mean, if you set a date, you set a date.
But there was
really
never a date set formally for the EOIs for this board. It got thrown in with the others in error.
Yeah, but you have to honor the error. I mean, it's not the public's fault. We approved a lamppost being in the wrong place in front of the hotel. We moved it at our expense. What's the difference?
Well, respectfully to all the commissioners, the issue before us is the second reading. If I think this should come up under other business, and that somebody make a motion about the change of the date on the EOI acceptances. But I'd like to see the agenda move on, but we can bring that up at the end of the meeting.
Commissioner Day, I mean, it's important because, if the only way to delay getting EOBs is to delay having a board to get them for, that's an option. There's obviously no doubt in my resolve to get this citizens board constituted. I think it's a wonderful achievement, but I don't want to be a cloud of suspicion over it. Everything has gone perfectly so far. I mean, why taint it at the end? The discussions, the disagreements, those were expected. That was great conversation. I just don't think it should have an air of suspicion over it at the end.
And Mayor Hoppe here, I don't disagree that the way that the additional announcement went out and the way that the EOI showed the 4th doesn't create some cloud over the appointment of the board. I can't disagree with you there.
Right. Plus, I just don't see us asking people to apply for something we have not officially created yet.
Well, we shouldn't have sent the EOIs out a month ago then.
I agree. That's why I voted not to do it. That was the very reason. that I thought it was a bad idea to do it then. I agree with you 100%. And we have a commissioner who didn't know it was if we didn't know it was January 4th, how we expect the public to know it's December 15th? But I agree, we should move the agenda on.
Okay, we need to, do we have public comment? I will ask Mr. Wood if there's any comments out there. Any individuals that would like to comment? Again, if there are, please state your name and where you're from, and we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes.
I see a hand waving. I think it's Brian Fraser.
Okay, I have a Jay Blanchard.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, John Blanchard, the Dave's sorry to be in front of Brian. I thought I was going to be after Brian Fraser, but I'm the treasurer of the local branch of the NAACP. I know that there's extreme interest in this board, and you had made the comments in your last meeting that you wanted to go out of your way to make this board over-representative of the community. It seems like this is a rush job. It seems like a lot of the board members have probably been pre-selected. It seems like a couple of commissioners there have probably been in discussions about how to move this thing forward. And I think it's another example of how, when the city manager asked several years ago, how did we get here and why didn't we see this coming? I think when you have a city manager that goes rogue, which this appears to be, becomes the mayor, and all the other commissioners seem to act like, oh, he was just the only one that had anything to do with this thing. I think you lose trust in the community. This is a board where the police chief, police officers, and the community have to be able to trust the process. Commissioner Hodges made the comment earlier about how you started this process with a public meeting at Kansas Wesleyan. There has been a lot of disinformation and mistrust and just bad descriptions of people that think they know what this board is supposed to be. You've got people that are supporting keeping things the way they are that don't even listen to the chief when he says we need to change these things. I think you need to step back, don't rush this process, let the public know what a great thing you've done here, and let them know exactly what's involved, how long they're going to be, how long they're going to meet. I tried to get a hold of Mr. France today, but he didn't return my message. And let the public know what's involved with it. There are a lot of people that want to be proactive and involved, but they want to know that it's just not a rigged system and that this is already predetermined. The entire board gets to vote on the mayor's appointment. It isn't a railroad job. So let the process play out. Let the appointment deadline or the POI deadline be the 4th, and I would argue that might be a little soon. But if everything else is on the 4th, the commissioners get one packet with all the board appointments. Let that be a part of that packet. And if you make the argument that it shouldn't be part of the packet, then what you're saying is that it deserves special attention, would actually beg the fact that you need more time to review it, not less time. So I thank you for your efforts thus far. I think that the Sunflower Coalition has done a great job. The chief has done a good job. The commission has done a good job. I think all of you just need to be proud of this, roll it out to the public, and really focus on getting a good, solid representation of the community and build public trust. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. And Mayor Hoppick here. First of all, I would like, one thing I want people to know is the city manager did not go rogue on this. Again, he did this at my, with direction from me. So again, I don't want the city manager taking the blame for this being moved up. So, okay, do we have anyone else?
Yeah, Brian Fraser has been wanting to comment. Can we get him on?
Okay.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Fraser. I didn't see your physical hand. I was looking at the digital hands on the side. Sorry for missing you there.
Brian Fraser, Salina, Kansas. with hearing comments from the commissioners and thinking about this myself, reading it on the Salina Post last night, I do want to thank the mayor and other commissioners for all the hard work they've done to try and get this going and getting it into place. I don't think it's something we need to rush. You don't want to take a Band-Aid when you really have a broken bone. I mean, you don't want to try and use a Band-Aid on a broken bone. And seeing some of the other boards that have been put together in the last 5 years, I think it's something that we do need to make sure that we get right. And Mayor Hoppick, I hope that this works in a very positive way so that your legacy as mayor during this time can be that, yes, it was completed after I was out of office, but this is what I put together to help our city advance the communications and the relationship between the police department and the community, and not do something that's hurried and is going to cause suspicion. I was very suspicious about it when I saw that the date was moved from January 4th to tomorrow, because it's like, well, if you, and then knowing that you just decided on your guidance last week, well, how can you rush a process this important to our community and expect people to respond in that short a period of time? Like I said, there's not very many meetings happening between now and the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Let's let people make comments to the commissioners, get a hold of the commissioners, let them read what all this is about. And I know that it's been out there for a while, but I'm one of those individuals that's not very computer savvy. So I'm one of the new folks on this Zoom meeting. And the only reason I was able to do this was with a lot of assistance from other folks helping me get here, because I'm used to, in-person things, and that's not happening. And I understand that, but let's not rush this. Let's make it right. Let's make the fix that we're going to put on this wound a fix that's going to really get us healthier, and not something that's just going to patch a hole that really needs surgery. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Wood, do we have anyone else?
I don't see any at this time, Mayor Hoppick.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Greg Binkson, legal counsel. On the far end of the spectrum as to the mundane, I do need to mention quickly that at about 3:45 this afternoon, I recognized that while in the text of the ordinance, we have referred to the body as the Law Enforcement Citizen Review Board. When that drafting occurred, it did not make, the reference to law enforcement did not make its way to the title or the publication summary. I called Shandy. She, as always, responded quickly and assured me that the verse, I don't think it warrants amendment. It's just since it relates only to the title and the publication summary, but she was kind enough, the version you would have before you to sign will include that reference to law enforcement in both the title and the publication summary.
Okay, thank you.
I think the question that we have to resolve first, and I kind of hate to do this, but I suspect that the vote on the second reading may vary depending on how we deal with the deadline. So I would hesitantly put the feeler out there that we need to decide what to do about the deadline and the fact that it was confused with a publication that included it as a part of a group that probably shouldn't have.
Mike's here, if I may, that prior direction was provided by motion, so staff would appreciate it if you provide any additional direction by motion.
Commissioner Davis, I move that we extend the deadline for accepting the EOIs for the Citizens Review Board to the previously stated January 4th.
Second. Commissioner
We
Hodges.
have we have a motion, a second, and I am going to make a comment. Mr. Scragg did put the deadline as tomorrow per our discussion. I do believe that there has been a cloud put over this. The one thing I do not want to see is for this board to get off on the wrong foot due to the fact that it looks like we are pushing something through that should not be. I will take responsibility for the confusion, and because of that, I will probably vote to move it to the 4th, because I think even though I think there's a lot of individuals that understand what this board's about have already applied, I believe there's been enough confusion that we probably should err on the side of caution.
Mike Scragg here. Well, I appreciate the mayor's comments. Staff also accepts responsibility in the confusion. We're running two processes at the same time and they got confused. You have my apologies.
Commissioner Davis, and I understand how that can happen, but I've actually had people call me and ask me, well, how do I get on? Why is it so soon? And there are organizations in town who may wish to meet and encourage one of their own members to apply. We have, segments of our community that we don't know that we've gotten the official version of this review board out to, and I think it looks cleaner if we.
In the comment I made to a comment made by a citizen the other day is this is a board that is appointed by the mayor, whoever that should be. But again, it has to be approved by the commission. So.
True.
So.
Move the question.
I guess we have a motion and a second. I'm going to look at Mr. Bingston. Is it okay to go ahead and vote on the date for the EOIs to be due? It's not an item on the agenda, so I'm asking.
It would seem to me to be sufficiently related to enable you to address that question.
Okay. In that case, we have a motion and a second to move the EOIs for the Citizens Review Board to, is that January 4th, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
With that, we will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. And again, I apologize for the confusion and putting the board, the commission in the situation we did. That will move us to bring it back to the commission for approval of ordinance 20-11046 on second reading.
Commissioner Davis, I move approval of ordinance number 20-11046 on second reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. We will have a roll call.
Just one question. It's a little question. Section 30-88. Is there any forethought on how the terms would be decided? In other words, who gets 3, who gets 2, who gets 1 year? Or is that just being left up to mayor's discretion?
That'll just be something we'll have to discuss. Yeah. I don't.
Mr. Bankston, you want to take that one? You want me to?
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that we made provision in the ordinance for that initial starting point to have varied terms, and then the actual terms that have to be assigned as part of the appointment process.
That's a to be determined when you get to it type issue.
Greg Bingston, legal counsel. My expectation would be that the mayor responsible for making those appointments would make that designation such that the governing body in the process of your consent to those appointments, if there are suggestions of modification, they could be made at that time.
Thank you.
Okay.
And if I could, Mayor Hoppick, I just, whenever it's appropriate, I would just like to note the reasons for the vote that I anticipate casting. So just let me know when that's, when it's appropriate.
Okay, that would be appropriate, 'cause I believe we have a first one.
Okay, just wanted
We're
to
about
make.
ready to vote, so.
I thought so. So I just wanted to make sure that nobody else had something to jump in on. First of all, I'm really grateful to my fellow commissioners, to members of the community, to law enforcement, to the previous Law Enforcement Advisory Board for the time that they've given this issue. And I think it does represent an important step forward that brings us, it allows us, our already strong and very well functioning police department, to continue to not just rest on their laurels and just be satisfied with the job they're doing, but to push forward and to push to be better and to continue to exercise that desire and that willingness to get better. I hope that this board functions very well. I still have a couple of concerns that I brought up last week, and ultimately they are just, to me, they run the risk of potentially compromising this ordinance, and that's related to section 30-83, the membership, having a member of the police department serving as a voting board member. And I don't know what the other section was. It was section 30-93 in terms of the board being able to have enough autonomy to conduct an executive session without the police chief's presence. And you know, it's going to be a very reluctant no vote that I do cast, and I do have hopes that that it will still be a very productive, relevant, transparent, trust-building board for the community, and will serve us in years to come.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, we will have roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Nay.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. Passes 4-1. Okay, that will lead us to item 7.5.
Item 7.5, resolution number 20-7911, amending fees and the 2021 comprehensive fee schedule related to ambulance fees.
Okay, Ms. Pack, there you are.
I'm here. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. The fire department of the city of Salina provides emergency medical services. And after those services are provided, staff bills the patient's insurance company for those services. The amount billed for those specific services is set out in the city's comprehensive fee schedule. As you recall, we adopted our 2021 comprehensive fee schedule back on August 17, 2020. However, as time goes through, insurance agents review their what they call their allowable rates, which is the dollar amount that they would consider full payment for particular services. And as they review those and periodically change those, staff will review those and make sure that the rates that the city is charging is capturing the highest rate possible for the city of Salina. Based upon the most recent review of insurance provided allowable rates, we are recommending changes to services in the comprehensive fee schedule for basic life support from $550 to $500. I'll explain that one in a minute. Basic life support emergency from $550 to $575. Advanced life support emergency $650 to $725. Advanced life support non-emergency from 575 to 600. Advanced life support emergency from 775 to 800. Advanced life support specialty care transport from 900 to 1,000. And the mileage allowed from $16 to $16.50 per mile. As noted in the table that I just read to you, the fee for basic life support non-emergency, which is A0428, is going down. And that is because in the 2020 schedule, we erroneously entered that amount in the fee schedule at $550, and it was intended to be $475. Staff has been charging the intended fee of $475. Correcting the fee schedule to reflect the currently allowed rate would result in an increase from the intended fee to the approved rate of $500. All of these proposed fee changes would take place on January 1st, 2021. From the fiscal note, the recommended rates will provide the city to bill the charges that are currently allowed by most major insurances. Commission action is to approve. Your options are to approve resolution 20-7911 as proposed, amending the emergency medical services fees in the 2021 comprehensive fee schedule. Approve the resolution, making amendments as you deem appropriate, or postpone the resolution to a specific time and date, provide staff with direction as to additional information you'd like to see, or do not approve the resolution, leaving MSPs as previously approved. Staff recommends option number 1, and I would stand for any questions.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, one question. I understand the rationale behind raising the rates up to the allowable. You don't want to leave money on the table that you're legally and rightfully entitled to take. The only person that hurts is the cash paying customer. What's the percentage or likelihood that you get uninsured actually paying those bills off? Does that happen very infrequently?
We do have some. I don't know what that percentage is off the top of my head, but I can certainly get that. But typically what we do, if there's a hardship or if they qualify for any assistance through the hospital, we accept that assistance. So if I'm a non-insured person and I go to the hospital and I say I'm non-insured, will you give me a break? If they get that recommendation from the hospital, we too take that recommendation. So we do have some ability to help them in those cases. And usually it goes down to the Medicaid rate is what they are paying.
Thank you. It's nice knowing that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Mike Scraig here. You may recall as part of the EMS study, our consultant looked at our collection rate and acknowledged that we were above average in terms of our collections. He said that as a good thing, but I bring that up now just because I don't want to leave the impression that the only people that pay this rate are the insurance companies.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, Mr. Wood, do we have anybody with their hand up or anybody that would like to make a comment on this?
I don't see any at this time.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Commissioner
This is Carl
Davis.
Ryan.
Go ahead, Carl.
Mayor, I'd move we approve resolution 207911 as proposed.
Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
We have a motion and a second. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. Okay, that passes 5-0. That will bring us to item 7.6. Everybody doing okay? We're ready to keep on going?
Yes.
Yeah.
Item 7.6.
Item 7.6, resolution number 20-7906, authorizing the city manager to execute renewals of agreement to provide administrative services for a self-funded health benefit plan and individual and aggregate soft loss with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas.
Okay. Ms. Fisher, are you on?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As highlighted in the staff report, the city of Salina has opted to self-fund our health insurance program since 1997. This approach is, rather than paying direct premiums to an insurance company, we have city contributions as well as employee withholding every pay period or payday, and we put those funds into a health fund and then pay any expenses, claims, administrative fees, and other related professional services.
I think
Oops.
Fisher froze up on us. Mr.
Yeah,
Wood,
she's
do you know
really
what
frozen.
happened to Ms. Fisher?
Other employment.
She's going to have to rewind about a minute.
Jacob has his office next door to Natalie, so I think he's over there troubleshooting as we speak.
Okay.
Well, something happened.
She's going to come in on Jacob's. There you go. Unmute, Jacob.
Got to unmute. Jake, there we go. You there, Natalie?
Yes.
Okay, you want to start over?
So the city of Salina's approach, just 1 minute.
I just want to see if she says the same thing twice in a row.
Oh, now we can see her on two screen.
I guess you got to laugh about this stuff, guys.
That's why she went back. She's getting feedback.
Yeah.
You are right.
Yeah.
The city has opted to self-fund our health insurance program since 1997. And by self-funding, this means rather than paying premiums directly to an insurance company, we take both the city contributions and the employee funds and put them into a health fund. And out of that fund, pay claims, admin fees, stop loss rates, and any other professional related services that we incur. In addition to our city employees, our plan does cover our subgroups, which would be the airport authority, the housing authority, the public library, and retirees under age 65 that elect our coverage, as well as any COBRA participants. The insurance has 3 different areas of coverage, our health, prescription, and dental. For health, we contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas to be our third-party administrator for major medical or standard health insurance. Along with these admin fees, we also pay stop loss. We are required by the state to carry stop loss. We submit an application to the state to allow us to be a self-funded entity, and that is a requirement in order for them to allow us to do so. With the stop loss, there's 2 different components. We have the individual stop loss and the aggregate. Currently, the individual stop loss covers exactly that, an individual. And anytime claims would exceed $150,000, every claim dollar beyond that would be covered by that stop loss plan. As far as aggregate, this would look at our protection for our whole plan. So it would be what is referred to as an attachment point, which would be the number that Blue Cross provides to us as our expected claims, and then calculates it at 130%. So that's significant because they calculate a number that they label as expected claims, and then 130% on top of that provides the attachment point. And we would have to have a lot of frequency or a lot of individuals with pretty high claims to hit that. Within the staff report, I also I gave a table that provides history of what we've paid for both individual, and then another table that looks at our history with the stop loss for the aggregate. I did receive the report today for November, and just so you're updated, we currently have $2.25 million in claims 10 months into our plan year applied toward a aggregate stop loss of 5.03. So we're sitting really, really good there in terms of our claims dollars.
But as we previously noted, COVID can have quite an impact on our activity this year.
That is correct. We do anticipate that claims are down because of a lot of care that has been deferred or just not received due to the impacts of whether it's individuals just opting not to find that care or to go see their professionals to get the care, or some facilities not taking individuals for elective type procedures and care. Let's see, in terms of how that stop loss is determined, the actuaries that work for Blue Cross Blue Shield put this together with a formula. It's impacted by looking at 3 years of our claims and our claims experience, along with pools of similar plans in Kansas. Switching a little bit to the other coverage that our plan provides, we also have dental, and our third-party administrator is Delta Dental of Kansas, and prescription, our prescription benefit manager is Elixir, formerly known as MedTrack. We don't have specific stop loss in place for either one of those coverages. By plan design, the dental is capped at $1,500 maximum benefit per individual that's covered by dental. So there is a sense of stop loss. That is in addition to the unlimited options that we provided this year with an amendment. Just to recap, and sidebar, you will have the dental renewal for your consideration next week. But we opted to have unlimited cleanings and then also preventative services for children under the age of 12. With prescription, the way that's structured, 30% is taken care of by the employee and 70% city, but there are no ceilings and there are no caps. So it's really hard to come up with the projection, but we do rely on trend and look at what our claims have been. Because of that risk, 5 years ago, we opted into an agreement with TRIA Health. And TRIA is a medication therapy management organization that we pay fees to, and their whole goal is to see what they can do in terms of reducing risk, improving health, and saving money for both our plan and our plan members. Their approach, they communicate with doctors, sometimes multiple specialists, geared at our high-risk members. And these would be individuals that have a lot of prescriptions or are also on their radar as having some chronic conditions, and it would be typically more than just a couple. They work with pharmacists, and then they work with the employee or the dependents or spouse of the employees that are covered to help them manage the medication and make sure that the medication is doing what it needs to be doing, that there aren't lower costs available or other alternatives, or that there aren't prescriptions known to being prescribed by different doctors that possibly don't play well together. Because the insurance world is just seems to be always changing, a lot of regulations, a lot of different moving parts, and somewhat volatile in different areas, the city does get assistance from Bob Charlesworth of Charlesworth and Associates. He does a number of different things on our behalf. He solicits proposals, he reviews and advises on any of our renewals, and when needed, he steps in and negotiates rates. He provided the study session on October 26th that gave a an overview of our plan and how our renewals would be looking now for your consideration. And during that discussion, we also talked about some approaches to benefit fund management, but that will also be brought back to you at a later time for a future commission action. Back to the renewal that we are focused on today from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas, it is seen as very favorable. The fees with the same coverage is what we had in the current, or what we continue to have in the current plan year. It's going to save us, based on like numbers in our census or the individuals enrolled in the program, about $95,000, just under. Obviously, this will fluctuate depending on how many individuals, because that is a fee that's charged per member per month. And those are, again, the administrative fees and the stop loss fees added together and then assessed on a monthly basis. So we were extremely happy to see that rate drop, because that hasn't always been the case. And he also, Mr. Charlesworth also decided to solicit a renewal to find out how much it would cost us to pull our prescription coverage in under Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas so that we could have stop loss coverage on the prescription. Again, there's currently nothing in place to cap those expenses for that benefit. We took a look at that, and in order to pull that in, it would increase our premium of $124,000. Now, again, that's going to fluctuate depending on how many individuals that you're looking at, but using the same numbers that we did to calculate the renewal of saving just under $95,000, adding the stop loss to the prescription and having Blue Cross administer our prescription coverage is going to increase that premium by $124,000. During the study session, it was requested that he try to come up with exactly how would that work with our plan, with our current coverage, our current claims. And this proved to be a challenge. We were taking, or he was taking, the data from two different companies and trying to provide some rough estimations. He did estimate 3 people would be over the stop loss if he annualized the claims in the current year, and that would be a reimbursement of approximately $74,000. During a conversation after he provided that information, we did talk about if looking at that data changed his recommendation for the city to move the stop loss coverage or to add the stop loss coverage to the prescription plan by moving the prescriptions under Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas, and he said it did not, largely because the prescription world is just a large unknown and costs aren't controlled very well at this point. The estimated renewal with Blue Cross, if renewing at our current benefits, is $604,997. Again, a fluctuation based on number of individuals, levels of enrollment are going to cause that number to not be exact. The big question that we need to determine is, does the city want to renew with the current benefits, or do we want to make the change and pull the prescription into the plan to gain that stop loss coverage? While I started to pull a table together to provide with the blue sheet that really lays out current coverage versus the prescription and exactly the dollar amounts, it became pretty difficult because when I would plug in the aggregate stop loss, or 130% of the expected claims for the current year or the current renewal, and then try to come up with what is comparable with TRIA, it was like I was working in 2 different areas. I was maxing out the claims in Blue Cross side and just trending on the prescription side. So it didn't really work very well. And also, because we have not historically budgeted to that aggregate stop loss level, we've relied more on trend. I opted to not include that, but I just wanted to kind of give an overview as to why. The I did provide, again, the history on how our aggregate stop loss has performed or how close we have come to that with our actual claims. And as a point of comparison, the reason we haven't, well, I believe it's twofold. The reason we haven't budgeted to that is because we currently typically don't receive our renewal until well after the budget's set. And which is one of the reasons that I also noted in the staff report, we were looking to change that to this next year be 11-month benefit year and then move to a calendar benefit year the following year. But the other aspect of that is we don't typically get that close to those high claim numbers. So it would be similar to, from a staffing perspective, how we don't budget all of our staff dollars as if we had every position filled for every pay period for the entire year. So just a point of trying to come up with some dollars to put in front of you so that you're really looking at something comparable. In the event in the past, and I would say going forward, in the event that our trend is off or we haven't budgeted to the level that we needed to cover our expenses, that is where the reserve has kicked in, the reserve fund. So there's been times where we've had to dip into that, and then there's been times where we've had an excess and we've replenished based on the performance of our claims and our administration fees and us budgeting higher than actual. So that's a lot of information. I just hit the high points, and I know I didn't cover everything in the staff report, but at this point I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I will also note that Bob Charlesworth does appear to be on our meeting as well.
So this is Mike Scragg. If I may, I'd like to try to provide a little bit of a recap, and Ms. Fisher or Mr. Charlesworth can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've gotten a favorable rating in terms of anticipated claims for the coming year. Don't entirely know what to attribute that to. Partially, obviously our actual experience, but part of that may be a deviation associated with our claims this year. But nonetheless, to maintain our current coverage levels, we could do so at a savings of about $95,000. Mr. Charlesworth has brought up the possibility or the concern that we have no stop loss for prescription coverage, and that's an unspecified risk that could be rolled in Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we could impose a stop loss that would add a cost of approximately $125,000. So you've got those two numbers for comparison. And then in response to the question that came up previously, understandably trying to quantify what our prescription exposure is, while that is unpredictable, individual by individual, claim by claim, condition by condition, what Mr. Charlesworth was able to identify with the data he could get his hands on was a projection of about $75,000. So $95,000 of savings, $125,000 of added cost, and then the possible exposure of $75,000 this year, not knowing what future years might bring in terms of prescriptions and prescription costs. So it's very much about risk mitigation. That's what insurance is all about. And as Ms. Fisher mentioned, we have not historically budgeted to the anticipated claims provided by Blue Cross Blue Shield. We try to manage the reserve balance, and that's the other conversation that we had in study session, was putting together a more formal way to manage our reserve balance over a number of years rather than have it fluctuate widely. So, and then the last thing I would say is, part of that proposed approach is when we actually realize savings and we have a reserve balance in excess of our target balance, then we'd have the opportunity to have a rate holiday and realize savings to the city funds, the other participating agencies, and the employees themselves. So, if we forego savings at the moment and we actually realize savings somewhere out in the future, we'd have the opportunity, if we take the approach that we've discussed, of imposing a rate holiday somewhere out in the future.
Commissioner Davis, for the pharmacy stop loss, I'm assuming the patient's out-of-pocket expenses, if they get a $5,000 drug in January and they write a check for 2,000 of that, they're done with their personal expenditures for the whole rest of the year, be it medical or pharmacy, or are they're considered the same max out-of-pocket?
So with the plan that was proposed, the out-of-pocket that's combined with health and prescription, the out-of-pocket would be 5,000 for an individual, 10,000 for a family.
I must have missed that one.
Well, and I did not go into it in detail. It is up on attachment B with the benefit summary.
So our employees individually have a $5,000 out of pocket?
If we move to that. So my understanding is with this plan, medical only is still 2,000, 4,000. Medical combined with prescription would move to 5,000, 10,000. That is actually slightly lower than present. And I have this pulled up on my computer. If you give me a minute.
Have a pharmacy maximum out of pocket today, right now?
Yes, let me grab that now. And I just wanted to clarify too, the out of pockets that are established by our third-party administrators and the plans that they administer for us are governed by the Affordable Care Act, and but they are slightly lower than that to ensure that we comply. If you give me just a second, I can go get the information that was pulled up.
Are we paying folks that much? Right. That's a lot of money.
So the question is, what's the combined exposure with the existing plan to make a comparison?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently with our current plan, an individual, because it is separated, would either have an out-of-pocket of $6,150 for prescription if they hit already their $2,000 medical, or combined, it's $8,150.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hodges here. So a single employee's maximum out of pocket would be $8,150?
Correct.
Wow.
That's the maximum on both plans. Now that would be each individual. So if you had a family of 5, it could be, or is that each policy?
So that's individual only.
Okay.
So if you look to family, which would be whether it's 2 individuals or 12 individuals, the prescription by itself, assuming the out-of-pocket with the medical, I know it's confusing because we have coordinating benefits, $12,300.
And their out-of-pocket medical maximum is $4,000.
Right. So combined, or I should back up and say, if they didn't have the medical side incurred, and it was, say, prescription only, the maximum out of pocket for a family, again, whether that's 2 people or 12, however many people they have on their plan, would be 16,300.
16.
Prescription only.
Wow.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is I treat multiple sclerosis. You know, if the drugs work well and I do my job, they may only have to come into the office 2 or 3 times a year and get some blood tests. They're not going to reach the 4,000 medical. But the drug is $7,000 a month. So they're gonna, without the medical being met, they could pay 12,000 plus out of pocket just for the drugs. Did we give a pay raise?
Now I will say, but that would be for a family, and in that scenario, it would drop back to individual coverage of
6,100. Okay.
Yeah, 6,150 or 8,150.
Right.
That's
and there is a slight increase when moving to the 2021 plan year.
Well, that'll keep your expenses down. Nobody wants to go to the doctor for fear they'll get a prescription.
So, and I'll just give you those figures really quick. So those are jumping a little bit. For 2021, 8,550 for an individual versus it was 8,150, or 17,100 for family.
Wow.
Up from 16,300.
Those are mind-numbing numbers.
Yeah.
Just need to avoid getting sick with something that requires an expensive drug, I guess.
It certainly underscores the value of having the pharmacy management company that can call the doctor and say, hey, this drug's got a great commercial, but is it really any better for this than the drug that's been here 10 years? Now, Trio was doing that. With the plan we have for next year, have that same service, that adjuvant for the.
So you will also be considering a TRIA renewal very soon. And yes, we verified that TRIA could work with either prescription benefit manager.
I think that becomes very important because a lot of patients aren't going to have the savvy or the nerve to ask the doctor, could you give me a cheaper one? Or do I have options? I mean, it's nice to have an advocate fighting for them, or someone who may know where they may have to get that drug but get it at a lower price.
And Trio this is Mike Scraig. Trio provides us with monthly statements of savings realized, and they're significant.
I think that becomes
noticeable.
Imperative. Yeah.
Now, I will add that while I don't have a report to provide you and I don't have proof of how many times it's happened, we have had employees share with us when they end up in that very expensive drug cycle, that some of the companies, recognizing how financially difficult it could be, will sometimes work with them and come up with some discounts for the individuals themselves, knowing that they can still bill insurance.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely not a guarantee or a given.
I feel suddenly depressed. Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Fisher, but this is in keeping with the Affordable Care Act. I mean, what we're talking about, the numbers that you're asking about and that we're providing are current coverage numbers. We've not brought forward a revised plan for your consideration with different coverage amounts and that we don't have those numbers. What we have is renewal of our current plan and the possibility of stop loss on the part of us as the self-insured employer if we were to roll with prescription coverage into Blue Cross Blue Shield stop loss.
Which, if I understand it, is Commissioner Davis, if I understand it correctly, from your calculations on our recent experiences, we don't have enough people with a large enough pharmacy bills to justify the pharmacy stop loss coverage.
Mr. Charlesworth is on the line and he's muted at the moment. Yeah, I think he'd probably be best to speak to that. But given the data that we have and the experience that we looked at for a limited amount of time and then projecting that, annualizing that, it looked like 75,000 compared to $124,000 of cost. But that's not an ironclad indicator of what we can expect in the future either.
Right.
Mayor Hoppe here. Did we just look at that for 1 year? Did we go back and look at that for a couple of years to see if that would have been the case?
Yeah. Mr. Charlesworth, picking up the question, and are you able to respond?
Yes, this is Bob Charlesworth. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I only went back 1 year. We do monitor this annually. As an FYI, you've had two members. I don't know if they're employees or dependents. I don't know. That did need $6,150 in out-of-pocket costs. Another one at $5,800. And so when I look at the entire, what the plan paid, which is the city, and then I was able to roll in what I could find on the medical. Again, based on my projections, about $74,000, $76,000 would have been reimbursed on the pharmacy side as we currently sit as a city. Now, I want to be very clear here. The out-of-pockets that Natalie had talked about are correct. There's a medical component and a pharmacy component, and that would still apply if you combined them. However, the combined program does slightly modify the pharmacy benefit plan. If you look at the option 1, which is on the information that was provided the commissioners, it shows the share pay is still the $2,000 deductible individual, $4,000 for a family. That's on the medical and physician side. The pharmacy card is still the same co-insurance, 30% by the member, 70% by the city, i.e. through Blue Cross of Kansas. But if you look at that, it says the mandatory, it's got a pharmacy program, but it's has a combined health and pharmacy annual out-of-pocket of $5,000, $10,000. That's much lower than what it is currently. So it doesn't exactly mirror where they're at today versus what Blue Cross is offering. It's actually a little bit better, lower out-of-pocket for the members than they currently would see. That does have an impact a little bit on the pricing. So I just want to be clear that it's not an exact pharmacy comparison of out-of-pocket to the member. It's actually better under the Blue Cross plan. Let me touch base why I didn't go back more than 1 year. When we look at the city's claims, we haven't seen a lot of large claimants. And then when you combine that, could they have been on the medical stop loss? The city hasn't had a lot of individuals that have hit their stop loss. Natalie mentioned we just got a report today for November. There still has been nobody hit the medical stop loss this year since that would be since February 1st. Let's knock on wood. That's great news. But if we would have rolled the RX in for the current year, the city, we've already received about, collectively, about $74,000 back. So it's an expense of $124,000 for protection for the city to stop it within that $150,000 level that you don't currently have today.
This is one of those where Mayor Hoppinger, hindsight's 2020.
I will say this, this is Bob Charlesworth again. The incumbent administrator of the pharmacy program for the city, MedTrack, which is now under the name Elixir, has been exceptional. I think they do a very good job. They manage it. They provide both Natalie and myself notification of when a large cost drug is being administered. They do manage that, and with TRIA's help, and yes, TRIA does work with Elixir, and they also work with Blue Cross of Kansas. I know that for a fact. That's a huge component of the success, I think, of the city, and a great benefit to the member. So I know that's another discussion later for Natalie's comment, but yeah, it's expensive. It's a lot of money to spend for protection, but right now, currently, the city doesn't have that protection, and the city's accepted that risk so far to date. We've talked about this before. This is not the first time ever it's been brought up. But again, cost of drugs going forward, some of the claimants today, I'm not a fan of giving insurance companies money, but I also recognize risk assumption and risk transfer. So that's why it's being brought to you tonight.
Mr. Charles, Commissioner Day, does MedTrack get involved before the expensive prescription is first filled, or only after they've received that first high charge?
It would be the first time they get the first charge because they won't know it otherwise. But they do an evaluation process before it's released. So it's very rare for a member to go to a pharmacy, ask for a prescription, and not have to go through a specialty provider that's been underwritten and evaluated with the physician and the pharmacist.
Thank you.
So Mike Scragg here, Mr. Charlesworth, just to recap, added cost of $125,000 would have paid out $75,000, so essentially a net cost of $50,000, and
with several months still to go.
And coverage limits actually going down for the employees.
That would be correct. That'd be a correct assumption. That's correct.
Which option is that?
That's option number 2 in the staff report.
Okay. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Well, it's fresh in mind. Okay.
And so just to make sure, Commissioner Hodges here, just to make sure that the option that results in the lowest out-of-pocket expense for employees is 1 or 2? I was understanding it as number 1.
It would be number 2.
Number 2, okay.
Yes, moving the prescription coverage to Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas does put lower limits on the out-of-pocket.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, not to cause confusion or muddy the waters, but I'm going to turn to Mr. Charlesworth. If the city wanted to come up with a number well below the Affordable Care Act out-of-pocket maximums with Elixir, would we have the ability to make that plan amendment?
Oh, I think absolutely you could. It's your plan.
Okay.
They just can't go over it. The city, as the employer, cannot go over the maximum as outlined by the Affordable Care Act, which does, you're right, it changes every year slightly. But you can modify it down.
At the appropriate premium change.
Yes.
Well, I just mentioned that the city already has 2 at max. and one close to it. So there would be some risk transfer. Commissioner Franz, that's correct. The transfer would be between the member and the city.
Are we talking about reducing the $125,000 max? Is that the topic of the discussion, or is the topic the maximum out of pocket that an employee would pay?
That's, Commissioner Hodges, that's what I'm interested in. I know that we are well overdue for a payroll study. And one of the things that, we've talked about is how do we get, our pay scale in better alignment to attract and keep good employees. And I just feel like, any benefit that we can offer that helps them, not separate from the city. And I'm just listening to some of these out-of-pocket amounts, and I think they're frightening to me, especially when you look at the vast majority of where our employees are on, the pay scale. So I'd love to see us, if there's a way, reduce the or lower the out-of-pocket limit as we can.
And under the option 1, what was the out-of-pocket again? Was it 5 and 10?
Okay, so this caused confusion initially. Option 1, which is labeled as attachment B.
Right, I've got that open, right?
That is the change. That is the change that results in an additional $124,000 in premium because we move prescription coverage to Blue Cross and add the stop loss.
Right.
That does result in a slightly lower maximum out of pocket of $5,000 and $10,000.
5,000 individual, 10,000 family.
Right. That's either all RX or combined health and RX.
Which is, well, that's considerably less than the 16. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Plus, Commissioner David, the savings that the employee is going to realize is the out-of-pocket expense. Generally, out of sight, out of mind. The money that never gets home, people learn to live without. It's the after-tax money in the pocket they have to then spend at the pharmacy that they're going to really keep track of. And I think if we can help them out on that end, over the course of 12 months, they'll probably have a few extra dollars in their pocket. I mean, if it's been a bad year for them health-wise, then it would cost us a little bit more, but I think we'd be helping a greater number of employees potentially. I mean, I hope none of them get that sick, but yeah. Well,
Mayor Hoppinger, Commissioner Franz, Commissioner Ryan, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I'm interested in what benefits the employee the most, and the lower deductibles they're feeling to me.
I just wanted to thank the staff for providing some additional information. That was very helpful, and I'm fairly well content with where we are. I didn't pay much attention to the out of pockets on the options, and I'm a little bit shocked that the prescriptions are that high. But I also know if we try to lower them, that we've got to pay the piper at the front end. And, I have to wonder how many employees hit that limit. I mean, I just can't imagine that it's a huge number who get 5,000, 10,000 or whatever that number is. That's a lot of money for the 30% portion. Isn't that what they pay out of pocket is 30%? So they would have to get to 5,000 out of pocket. They would have to spend 15,000 on prescriptions in a year. And, I know that with some drugs, that's probably easy to do. I just don't know how many people are in the case where they are having to take medication that is that costly.
Mayor Hoppinger here, isn't the 5,000 both health and RX?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, or it could be all RX if they
It
didn't.
could be either or, a combination of one of the other.
It makes it hard to assess this because it's, but I do have one question relating to the numbers you're quoting us, the $125,000 difference. Is the difference in the administration fees and stop loss. That has nothing to do with claims or anything like that. It is purely the administrative fees and stop loss. Am I
Correct.
okay?
Yes, when you look at the administration and stop loss table, it was purely the difference between the last two options, current plan or the renewal in 2021 with prescription coverage.
Now, I would note that on those renewal sheets, Blue Cross Blue Shield has used a census, I believe, of 474 employees for the plan with a particular, distribution by type. Does that 474, I mean, where does that number come from? Is that this month's number, or is it kind of a generic, we think this is kind of what reflects the plan throughout the year?
I believe at the time that they generated the renewal document that was our census.
Okay, so is that high or low in comparison to where we typically might run? And the reason I ask that is that can make a pretty significant difference if they happen to pick a month where we were at the very low end for the year. And if that fluctuation is 100 plans, that changes that proposed renewal and dollar amounts that we're thinking about quite significantly.
Yeah, that is not too far off of what we've trended with our census. And the reason that I didn't use our December 1 census to run updates is because we are very low right now. With a lot of openings.
And that's fine. I understand it goes up and down a lot. I just wanted to make sure that 474 was, somewhere in the mid-range, so that it could be relied on to have a reasonably decent number for projection of the stop loss expense, since that's set solely by numbers.
Yeah, if it is low, I believe I did a comparison when we were prepping for the study session back in October, and it might have been off by like only 8 employees versus now, when I look back to what kind of census level we had in February of this year, we're, I want to say maybe 14 families different. I mean, it's substantial why I didn't use our numbers as of right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure that the numbers we're talking here make sense in terms of the census, and that it's, it's something that is, at least in this industry, is reasonably reliable as a cost. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick here. Any other questions or comments?
Mike Scragg here. I think Mr. Charlesworth and I may have misspoke. Just to be clear, option number 1 adds the stop loss for prescription and lowers the out-of-pockets for employees.
So I want to, just to make sure we're talking about the same thing. If we are talking about the options presented in the staff report, option 1, option 2.
Is it option
That's what
or is it option? We have option A on both. Is it renewal benefits or is it the option 1?
So I'm going to direct you to the upper right-hand corner.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Attachment B.
Attachment B.
Attachment B is option 2 on your staff report.
Right.
That's the recommendation at this point.
Yes. Which would be number 2 recommendation under action, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And that's the one that
Lowers the deductibles.
Lower out of pocket of 2,000 and 4,000.
Lowers out of
deductibles.
pocket to 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, and 10,000 aggregate, and then puts the 124,000 stop loss, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Just real quick though, it's not lowering the 2,000 and 4,000 on the health side. That's already in play.
Right.
It
That's
just
what,
the prescription side of that.
Correct.
Yeah. To 5 and 10.
the 5 and 10, right?
Well, that's combined
can't-
health and RX is 5 and 10.
Yes.
I can't imagine we have anybody wanting to call in on this, but Mr. Wood,
I would say any.
as we have some employees with a comment.
He said he does not see any.
Okay. Okay. Looking at this once a year, I know with Mayor Hoppick here, it does get very confusing, not only when we're trying to look at benefits, but then we're also trying to look at the revenues versus the expenses. We have to weigh heavily, lean heavily on staff and Mr. Charlesworth for input, I think, so. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Davis here. Move we approve resolution number 20-7906, authorizing the city manager to execute agreement to provide administrative services for a self-funded health benefit plan and individual and aggregate stop loss with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas with the 50-50 cost share plan structure and adding prescription benefit management with Prime Therapeutics.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve resolution number 20-7906. And that would be adding the prescription benefit management. Okay, we will have a roll call.
Okay, short question. When we add TRIA, that's a totally separate action on a different day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're ready for roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, that leads us to 7.7.
Item 7.7, resolution number 20-7919, amending the City of Salina Personnel Manual.
Thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you are two areas of the personnel manual that we are requesting to revise. A little bit about the process prior to you receiving these. When staff identifies areas of revision, conversations both at the management level and employee level are held. These were run by employee council with requested feedback, and to date, only support was given for both sets of revisions. Executive staff and management also said these revisions made sense to them as well. The first area is Article 10, compensation and benefits. What we are requesting is the ability to remove the performance evaluation component from the longevity pay qualifier. At the time that this was amended, and I didn't pull up the exact date of when that happened, but it was several years ago, and the thought process was the commission didn't want to reward poor performance by awarding individuals longevity. And while that is completely understandable, some research into the Fair Labor Standards Act, as well as some recent inquiries on the CAPER side of things, has led us to identify some concerns that if we're going to have longevity and ensure it is not a bonus that potentially needs to be included into computations of overtime, which become extremely hairy from the payroll point of view, we believe that the longevity portion just needs to be removed altogether, or the performance evaluation ties to longevity needs to be removed altogether. And we make it, if longevity is purely longevity, rewarding the service. In addition to the compensation and benefits, we took a look at vacation, and now that we are in a different payroll system than what we previously were, where we can export data a little quicker and manage to that, staff identified an area that we believe could really help employees. And this is the area where employees forfeit the amount of their vacation that is over a cap. And again, this is assuming that there's two different components on the vacation within the requirements for the vacation policy. Number one, that they have to use 50% of whatever the accrual for that year is. And number two, that they have to manage that amount to their cap. And what we're proposing is to leave only them to worry about making sure they use 50% and letting HR manage to their cap. The benefit is obviously the employee won't be losing the hours, that is their benefit, but also from an HR standpoint and my staff, we spend a lot of time. It's almost like a case management situation, walking individuals through their amounts, their percentage of what they've used, helping them plan if they plan on using any more before the end of the year, and then trying to calculate that and add in their accruals. And we just identified this, if we can just take care of it, we reduce the foot traffic in HR, especially in times of COVID. We reduce a lot of paperwork, and we reduce a lot of phone calls and inquiries when we think we can just manage it more efficiently by just letting us do it. So in a nutshell, those are the two areas that the revised articles have accomplished. I did provide just a little bit of history on a fiscal note, and it just summarizes how many hours have been lost over the last 3 years. We seem to be trending up, and that was a concern as well. I want to back up. The one element that I forgot to mention on the longevity is to eliminate the payouts for individuals that are leaving us and going to other employers. It seems counterintuitive to provide a retention bonus to individuals that are leaving our employment. And we summarize the amounts paid out. These would be non-retirees, because what we aren't proposing that those retiring because they qualify at different quarters, that they should be penalized and not get the amount that if they qualified for retirement all at the same time. So it would just be removing those payouts only for the individuals that are leaving our employment but are not retiring. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or try to provide you any other information.
Mike Scraig here. Ms. Fisher, if you would, when you say let HR do it, could you please explain what that means in terms of what HR would be doing in terms of managing employees' caps for them?
Sure. After we calculate payroll in after the beginning of the year, whichever the first payroll in, for example, this January would be, we would run the numbers to see where they were at with the 50% to see if there were any vacation amounts lost because of not meeting the required usage. And then after those adjustments, then in a separate payroll, we would be running to pay out any amounts over the caps. So we have about, I'm going to ballpark right now, maybe 18 individuals, and that might even be a little bit high, that have grandfathered caps. When we capped vacation accrual balances, they were granted whatever their amounts were. So we have those individuals that have their grandfathered amount, and then everyone else would either be 250 hours or for our shift firefighters, 350 hours. So anyone that would have balances above those three areas, 250 hours, 350 hours are their grandfathered caps, we would just automatically pay them out to get their amounts down to the requirement. So they would no longer forfeit it.
So if I understand it, if somebody who has a grandfathered cap, they could keep that you wouldn't pay down to the 250 or 500.
Exactly.
Okay.
But
And it's my understanding, just from looking at this, is we have a number of people who every year basically lose vacation and don't get paid for it because they don't come in and ask.
yes, or maybe they ask and then they forget.
Okay.
Or they worry just about how much vacation they have to use, and then they don't look at their pay stubs or ask, and then they fail to submit a buyback form.
And 3 months later, when they figure it out, they're upset.
Oh, it's much quicker because I notify them when they do the adjustments, and then they have the option to appeal any loss.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Wood, is there anybody on the line that would like to comment?
I'm getting a head nod, no.
Okay. Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I would move that we approve resolution number 207919, adopting the proposed changes to the City of Salina Personnel Manual.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve resolution number 20-7919. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye.
I should apologize. That was Commissioner Franz on the motion. I'm as bad as Commissioner Hodges. I'm forgetting to say that. So.
Okay, that will lead us to item 8.1.
Item 8.1, resolution number 20-7918, authorizing the mayor to execute an amended and restated small cell master license agreement with USCOC Nebraska Kansas LLC.
Mr. Andrew, you've been waiting patiently in the wings, I believe. Are you there?
He is, but he's muted.
Yeah, can you?
There he is.
Okay, looks like I've been unmuted.
There you go, Mr. Andrew.
Just by way of background, the City of Salina has one franchise agreement with a small cell infrastructure installer, which at the time was Ideatech and is now Zayo. So there's about 30 plus small cell installations in the community today. The Kansas legislature passed legislation that prohibited cities from requiring franchise agreements for small cell wireless facility providers, but do allow for what's referred to as a small cell master license agreement with those providers wanting to install small cell wireless networks in the public right of way. And we have US Cellular that's interested in rolling out 5G service in the city of Salina and installing their own small cell network. Preliminarily, we've looked at between 20 and 30 locations for locating small cell facilities in the public right of way throughout the city. They requested approval of a small cell license agreement. One was prepared, and on August 3rd, the City Commission considered that license agreement, and after staff presented its report, the commissioners expressed concern in looking at the agreement that it appeared to lock the city in at charging $270 per attachment for the entire 25-year life of the agreement. Right now, the Federal Communications Commission currently limits the maximum rent amount to $270, but the City Commission wanted to address that in case the FCC would change that guidance, in other words, not being locked into that for 25 years. So the commission voted to authorize the mayor to execute a small cell master license agreement with USCOC Nebraska Kansas LLC, with language being amended to allow the city to charge a fee, the maximum amount allowed by federal law. So in response to that direction, the city's legal counsel, Aaron Martin, amended the language, then shared that language with US Cellular's legal counsel. They responded with comments and requests for modifications to the city's language, plus additional modifications to the agreement. And their primary concern was that it was open-ended and it allowed the city to unilaterally increase the rent amount beyond the $275 per year without any limitation. So there were additional conversations with US Cellular, and it resulted in some compromise language, and that enables the city to increase the rent amount if the applicable federal law allows, but subject to the condition that the rent will not increase by an amount that exceeds the 3% annual inflator, or and so that provides some certainty, the maximum amount that can go up. And the sections in 5B and C were also modified to require that any future increases in those amounts would be negotiated between the city and US Cellular. And the third change they requested was in section 8.8 that deals with what happens if the agreement is terminated and US Cellular has to remove their equipment from the right-of-way. They asked that the removal period be increased from 60 to 90 days. So these changes have all been incorporated into an amended agreement that's attached to your report. Due to the fact that these are substantive changes, this was brought back to you for the City Commission's review and approval. And so this is coming back as an amended agreement. So in terms of the fiscal note or fiscal impact, the city would have 3 forms of compensation for use of its public right-of-way. If there was an attachment to an existing city-owned light pole or traffic pole, then US Cellular would have to pay the city $270 for each of those attachments as rent annually. If they go out and place their own pole in the city's right-of-way, then they have to pay a pole license fee. The fiscal note mischaracterizes that as $100 annually. It's actually $125 annually. And then if they have ground-mounted boxes associated with that, there's a $100 annual fee associated for that as a ground space fee. So the primary changes are that there's an allowance to increase the $270 fee, but that has to be negotiated with US Cellular, and then any increases in the pole license fee or the ground space fee would also have to be negotiated. And the removal time period they're requesting be increased from 60 to 90 days. So your options this evening would be to execute an amended version of that small cell license agreement first considered in August, to allow the installation of small cell wireless facility network in the public right-of-way. You could postpone consideration of this amended agreement to a future meeting date to allow staff or the applicant to provide additional information, or you could decline to approve the proposed changes and provide additional direction to staff.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick here. Any questions, comments for staff?
I do believe we have Anna, a legal counsel for USCOC, who does appear to be present. So if you have any questions for her, or she may have some comments of her own.
I hear no questions or comments from the commission. I guess I will ask Anna if she has any comments.
Now you're unmuted.
Yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are now.
Hello, hi, thank you, City Commission, and thank you, Mr. Andrew. So we I want to make sure that it's clear that we're not opposed to paying a higher fee. We just want to make sure that we're not, the way that it was drafted, we're not paying, we're not essentially writing a blank check. So we just wanted some safeguards.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we, I'm sure there's a lot of people still out there, Mr. Wood, just wanting to enter in to comment on this, or am I wrong?
I don't see anybody.
Yeah, I figured that. So, okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I would move that we approve Resolution 20-7908, authorizing the mayor to execute an amended version of the small cell master license agreement with USCOC Nebraska/Kansas LLC, and to thank Ms., and I apologize, I'm probably going to mess up your last name, Ms. Rouge Rodella's patience in this matter.
Commissioner Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7908. We will have a roll call.
So I will correct first that the resolution number on the blue sheet is incorrect. It's 7918.
Okay.
On the back page.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, because on the back page for commission action, it just has 20-, so 79.
Yeah, that's not saying mine doesn't have a number at all.
Yeah, it does on the front page, but not on the
front.
Okay.
Okay, that's resolution 20-7918. Now we can have roll call.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Franz,
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. Okay, that passes 5-0. That will bring us to other business. Do we have anything else to bring before the commission?
Well, other than the official other business.
What's that?
All right. Mr. Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for an unknown number of minutes. How many?
Let's try 20 minutes.
All right, thank you.
And can we take a 5-minute break also?
We can do that. And we recess into executive session for 20 minutes after a 5-minute recess to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city's obligation to fund the 2020 Transportation Services Grant under the city's agreement with OCCK for funding public transportation services, with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at, well, if we take 6.5 minutes for the break, 9 o'clock.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
Have a motion, a second, to move into executive session and return at 9. Mr. Wood, how are we going to handle this again?
Okay, I have set up a break room. I will send an invitation here in about 5 minutes, and you will all be prompted to enter the room, and the regular meeting will continue to go live, and then we'll come back into the regular meeting when that's done. So.
Okay, see everyone back here in 5 minutes.
I think I'm back.
I think
Yeah,
you're
I
back.
think you're,
Going through the teleporter on Star Trek there.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Okay. We're back in session. We do need some additional time. I would take a motion to move back into executive session.
The mayor moves the city commission recess again into executive session for an additional 15 minutes for the same subject of legal considerations that were read when we just went into executive session 30 minutes ago, if that's complete enough.
Is that sufficient enough, Mr. Bingston?
You want more
No,
detail?
we need to go through the motion and
Go through the whole motion. That's what I
Okay.
thought. Sorry.
All right.
right.
All right. I move the city commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city's obligation to fund the 2020 Transportation Services Grant under the city's agreement with OCCK for funding public transportation services, with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this
9:20.
room at 9:20.
Do I
Second.
have a second? Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those, okay. We'll wait for our. Bless you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, do we have everybody back?
I'm back. I hope.
Okay. Let's see. Well, there, everybody's unmuted. Okay, we're back in session. There is no action to be taken at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I don't need long discussion, but just two items that we have not addressed yet before the end of the calendar year, our city manager's annual review. And at some point, I don't know how you do it, but the city commission may, if we have no other employees who aren't getting full salary back, look into reestablishing city commission pay or token. I won't call it pay.
No.
Token. You know, if we have an employee who's still down because of staffing reduction, then, you know, I'll forego mine. But if we are truly caught up, then I think it would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think we're back to normal in that regard, so we could certainly do that. And the other one's not lost on me. The mayor and I've talked about it and told him I'd try to find him a review format, possibly from International City Managers Association, that might be a template for you to work from.
Yeah, we do need to do that. So, okay.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate those. With that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Just second.
Okay, I'm not going to do a roll call on this. I think I know how this is going to go. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will see everyone next Monday.
All right.
Stay safe out there, guys.
Have a good week.
Hey, thanks.